Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Good morning. Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Good morning. Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right, our first case this morning is the protest hearing status. Case number 23PRO00004, Buddies DC, license number 123008. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Dr. Carly Hampton, your access has been elevated. Guillermo Almeida, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Start the video. Start.
Can you guys see us?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
Yes, I can now. All right. Good morning. Good morning.
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 All right. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record by spelling and stating their name. And so I have a Dr. Carly Hampton. So can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself?
I'm Dr. Carly Hampton, CARLY, last name HAMPTON.
What's your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I'm one of the co-owners of Buddies DC.
And I see there's another person next to you.
Yes, Grant Mason, GRANTMASON. I'm the other co-owner.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Alameda, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Guillermo Almeida, GUILHERME, last name ALMEIDA, and with my husband.
My name is Jordan Nye. It's JORDAN. The last name is NYE.
And you folks are you're the protesters for this case?
Correct. We're the abutting property owners.
Okay, good morning. All right. Dr. Hampton, are there any preliminary matters in this case? Meaning that do you have any issues that not substantive issues, but just preliminary that you'd like to address that maybe the board can help solve with?
I guess our main issue is like vibration. It's not even necessarily sound from our building.
No, not.
No.
We don't address the
Oh.
substance of what's going on. Just if you have any preliminary issues in the sense of the process itself. So I guess what I'm hearing, you
No.
don't have any preliminary issues already.
No,
No.
sorry.
And the protesters, any preliminary issues?
Yeah.
No. All right. It's my understanding that a mediation was held on February 27th, 2023. Now, if this matter is not settled, it will be scheduled for a protest hearing on April the 12th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Any questions by anyone?
No.
No.
All right, now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you because the board's practices have changed. As you know, all our hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from our legal office that will include a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Further, each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you'll only have 60 minutes to present your case. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to the issues that are being protested. Any questions by anyone?
No.
Right. Now, the board supports settlement if this matter can be settled. We support the parties working towards settling this matter because we prefer that. But if this matter cannot be settled, then we will have a hearing. If you have any questions, you can reach out. Both sides can reach out to ABRA Legal, and we will provide you any technical questions, answer any technical questions that you might have. Good luck with your negotiations. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say, is there an opportunity, or would we reach out to you to have another mediation? If we could.
If the parties want to have a mediation, I will ensure that Ms. Fletcher reaches back out to the parties to schedule another mediation.
Yeah, I think we would like that. So yeah.
All right, fine. So I will ensure that Ms. Fletcher from the agency reaches back out to you, to both parties, to schedule another mediation. Also, as I stated before, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on April 12th. And if the parties believe that this matter will be settled, let the agency know as soon as possible so we don't have to assign an investigator to this case. But I will ensure I will make sure that another mediation is scheduled. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for your presence today. Have good luck with your negotiation. And if I see you if I don't see you April the 11th, April 12th, I won't take it personally. So that tells me that the process has worked. Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. You
All right,
too.
thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00008, Aslin Bear Company, license number 118555. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensed the parties in this case, please?
Edwards, your access has been elevated. Jisoo Kim, your access has been elevated. Elwin Ferris, your access has been elevated. David Rubenstein, your access has been elevated. I believe that's everyone, Chairman.
Wow, thank you.
Ralph Tyson, your access has been elevated as well.
I'm sorry, who's representing the licensee in this case?
Morning, Jisoo Kim on behalf of the applicant.
I'm sorry, okay, sir. I'm not familiar with you, sorry. All right, good morning, sir. Mr. Kim, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Sure. Jisoo Kim for the licensee, as Jisoo, Jisoo, last name Kim, Kim.
So are you an attorney or
Correct.
you?
Correct. I'm filling in for my co-counsel. I believe, Andrew Klein.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I believe it appears that there are some other folks who needs to be elevated in this case, Mr. Oriana.
Uchan Radi, your access has been elevated.
All right, all right. Who's representing the ANC? Can you please identify yourself for the record, please? You're on mute, Mr. Rubenstein.
My name is David, David, Rubenstein, Rubenstein. I'm a single member district 2F01.
All right. And we have Mr. Ferris, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Elwin Ferris here, representing the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance. Elwin is ELWYN, Ferris, FERRIS.
Good morning. All right, let's see.
Good morning.
And we have, I don't have the names. We have Miss Edwards. You are what group are you with, Miss Edwards? Please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Sarah Edwards, SARAH, and I am part of the neighborhood.
Right. And who else is here? Because I can't see. Who else is here? Can you please identify yourself? All I see is the name Joyce. I don't know who that person is. Can you please identify yourself, please? Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate I think the person who's, I guess I said their name is Joyce. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, this is Joyce Cowan, JoyceCowan, representative of the Group of Five neighborhood.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Radhi, can you please identify yourself, please?
Morning, my name is Sushan Radhi. I'm a co-representative of the Neighborhood Group of Five. My name is spelled SOOCHONRADEE.
Good morning. Have everyone been identified who needs to be identified in this case? All right. So are there any preliminary matters in this case? Mr. Kim?
I don't believe so. A mediation was initially scheduled for yesterday, but my co-counsel was sick, so I believe mediation will need to be rescheduled.
So the mediation was not held on February 28th, Mr. Rubenstein? You're on mute, sir.
That's incorrect. The mediation for Aslan did take place. My understanding is Aslan's had a change in counsel. So the counsel at the mediation is no longer with the firm.
But so you're saying that, Mr. Kim, I know that you're filling in, so all right, so we're fine with that.
I'm sorry, wrong information.
That's fine, sir. And I guess the mediation was not successful on the.
Well, maybe just to clarify, so we did have the mediation. The neighborhood group and the ANC understood from then counsel that another turn of the document would be forthcoming. That has not happened yet. Subsequent to the meeting, certain breaches of the current settlement agreement were identified. The neighborhood group and the ANC sent a notice to council and the Aslan owners a week ago, notifying them for the 2-week cure period of the breaches of the settlement agreement. And that's, as far as I know, where things stand.
So are you now, I know Mr. Kim is just filling in, but so at least Mr. Kim, you'll know where you are with this case, at least where the firm is with this case as far as the ANC is concerned.
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, I think, did you want to say something, sir?
No, I didn't have my hand raised. Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other preliminary matters that would need to be reached by anyone else? All right. Now that this, as I stated before, if this matter goes to a hearing, the hearing is scheduled for April 12th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And if the parties believe that this matter can truly be settled, then I will ask the parties to alert the agency as soon as possible if they believe that this is a case that will be settled, that does not need to go to a hearing. I've stated before that our agency and the board supports settlement agreements rather than going to hearings, because when we have settlement agreements, both parties leave the table happy. If we go to a if we go to a hearing, then one side is going to be happy, the other side is not going to be happy. But the board will make a decision if the board has to make a decision. But as I stated before, we do support settlements if the matter can be settled. Any questions by anyone? All right, hearing none. All right, now that we're scheduled this matter for protest here, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about, because the board's practices have changed. As you know, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. So it is very important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you'll only have 60 minutes to present your case. I know in this particular case, there are 3 protestants group, and if this matter goes to a protest hearing, the board is requesting that one party be highlighted to represent the parties. So one party, so we're not going to have 3. I know there's 3 protestants in this case, but the board is requesting that if this matter goes to, and that is by statute, we can demand that this happens. So if this matter goes to a protest hearing, then we're requesting that one person be identified to represent the protestants. I stated before that you have 1 hour to do your case, and you're limited to 5 witnesses. However, if the parties believe that because there's 3 protestants in this case, if you believe that you need more than 1 hour to present your case, or you need more than 5 witnesses, please file a formal motion to the board asking for additional time and additional witnesses. So I'm saying again, if you believe that you need more than 5 witnesses or you need more time, please file a formal motion with the board requesting that we allow you more time and more witnesses. Okay? Any questions by anyone? All right. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions, please lead up to the hearing. Please do not hesitate to contact ABRA Legal. So again, this matter is scheduled for April the 12th at 1:30 p.m. And if the parties need to have another mediation, you can reach out to the agency. We'll schedule it. Good luck with your negotiation. And if the matter is not settled, then we will see you on April 12th at 1:30 p.m. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00010, Sports and Social, license number 123418. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? Do I see that Mr. Kim is already here?
Dunsmore, your access has been elevated. Sable Harris, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kim, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Jisoo Kim for the applicant Sports and Social. Jisoo, Jisoo, Kim, Kim.
Good morning. Ms. Harris, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
And I see Ms. Dunn, there's a Jamie Dunsmore. Can that person please identify themselves for the record, please? Who is the Dunsmore? Is this a person in this case?
Yes, my name is Jamie Dunsmore on behalf of the applicant, being represented by Mr. Kim today.
Well, so can you please spell and state your name for the record, and do you have a camera I can at least see who is it this person is?
First name is Jamie, Jamie. Last name is Dunsmore, Dunsmore.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. And as stated before, this is a protest hearing status. And as a preliminary matter, I will raise an issue. The board is aware that the parties have exchanged pleadings regarding this protest. The board has reviewed the motion to dismiss and the opposition to that motion, and it will be it's on our legal agenda today. And so therefore, let me state what our position, so we need to vote on the motions, and hold on one minute, let me find it in our
Chairman Anderson?
Is that when you speak, just please identify yourself. Yes, Mr. Kim.
Yes, Jisoo Kim for the applicant. Just FYI, I believe we filed our reply brief in support of the motion to dismiss yesterday. I wasn't sure if you were able to review that in full.
Yes, the board is aware of that. So it's my understanding that on March 1st, a motion was filed by the applicant to dismiss. And on March 9th, we received a response from the protestant. And as you stated, on yesterday, on March 14th, a reply was submitted. The board has reviewed the motion and the reply, and I'm going to make a recommendation to, and the board in executive committee meeting, the board in executive committee, we did review the motions. And so what I'm going to recommend this morning for the board to vote on, I'm going to make a motion that the motion be denied. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett, I can't hear you, ma'am.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. So therefore, the board has voted to deny the motion to dismiss. Any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed by the parties today?
Not that I'm aware of, Chairman.
All right. So this matter, we did a mediation was held on the 2nd, and this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on April 12, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar? Do I need to read the provision for protest hearing? And as I know that the parties are familiar with this process, just remind you that 7 days before the hearing is due, parties are required to submit a PIP. The PIP needs to be exchanged to the other side and also to the ABRA legal. Failure to, I'm sorry, hold on a minute, please, hold on. We're just off the record for, we're off the record for 1 minute, please. Okay, we're back in the record. So as I stated before, 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange the PIP. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board might prevent either the protestant or the applicant to rely on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days before the hearing. If the parties believe that this matter will be settled, I will ask that you alert the agency as soon as possible so we do not so we don't have to assign a investigator to this case. Any questions by any side? Okay, I see Ms. Harris has
questions.
As said no, and Mr. Kim has said that they're none. All right, so thank you very much for your participation this morning. Good luck with your negotiation if this matter is not settled. Then we will see you on April the 12th at 1:30 p.m. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. All right, so let's move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00099, Tres Creole Catering, license number 111150. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Lutz, your access has been elevated. Ralph Tyson, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hello, can you all see me? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's who's speaking?
Ralph Tyson here.
No, sir, we can't see you. Yes, I can. All right, good morning, Mr. Lutz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district.
Good morning. Mr. Tyson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Ralph Tyson, RALPHTYSON.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Lutz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
An OIC has been communicated to the licensee. Other than that, no other preliminary matters.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. I want to advise both parties that if this matter can be settled, it can be settled through an OIC, and then we can address this on our legal agenda. But if this matter is not settled, April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m., 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose the documents and witnesses that they will rely on at the hearing. Failure by either party to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prohibit the introduction of documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed unless good cause has been shown. Any questions by anyone?
Yes, I actually have a question, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tyson.
One of the charges, I'm actually, because I was not there at the moment, I am fine with settling this, but one of the charges is completely false.
Mr. Tyson.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lutz, is this your case, sir?
Yes, Yes, Mr. Chairperson. This is my case.
So, Mr. Tyson, you and Mr. Lutz can discuss this case.
I tried to call him and discuss it, and he didn't want to remove the item that's on here. So I thought that I would have to come to the hearing in order to have it removed.
It's what I said removed. So if the parties cannot settle the case, then
okay,
we'll have a hearing, and then you would have to provide
documentation. Okay.
Documentation why you believe that you are innocent of that charge, sir. But that's
no problem.
As I said before, that's something that the parties can negotiate, and a failure of the parties to negotiate a settlement, an OIC, then we will have, then the board will then decide based on the presentation of evidence whether or not the establishment is innocent or guilty of the charges on the paperwork. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So then I will see you on April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Mr. Lutz, do you mind if I reach out to you again?
You're free. Yes. Apologies. You can reach out to me again.
Thank you very much, sir.
I like the fact that the parties talk. If this matter can be settled, then we don't have to have a hearing. All right? So good luck with your discussion, negotiation, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
You're welcome. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00082, Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market, license number 60432. Mr. Oriana, it's my understanding that the representative from Nile Market might be on the phone. So can you please elevate that person? I believe he's in the ABRA office, so that's what I'm being told. So if we're able to elevate him on the phone, then we can, yes. I think he's on. I think maybe that's the caller. The caller, can you identify yourself for the record, please? The person on the phone. I don't know if the person's been unmuted, Mr. Oriana.
I just sent them a request.
I see there is a caller who has been.
I elevated both callers just to identify.
Can the caller, there's a number, a 703 area code, 703-402. Can that person identify themselves for the record, please?
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairperson?
Who
My
are
name
you,
is Wendell
sir?
Robinson. My name is Wendell Robinson. I represent a set of corporation traded as Now Ethiopian Restaurant and Now
Hold on.
Market.
All right, and Mr. Robinson, all our hearings are done virtual. I know I've not seen you in a very long period of time, but all our hearings are virtual, so you didn't have to show up at the ABRA office for a hearing this morning. Okay, all right, okay, hold on.
Thank you.
Mr. Lutz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Of course, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz. That's KEVIN LUTES for the district.
Good morning, Mr. Lutz. And Mr. Robinson already identified himself for the record. Mr. Lutz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, as a preliminary matter, an OIC has been communicated on March 3rd.
All right.
No further preliminary matters.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, any preliminary matters in your case, sir?
No, Your Honor. I've communicated with Mr. Lutz, and I hope to reach out to him to resolve it.
All right. Well, thank you. If this matter then is not resolved, we'll have a show cause hearing on April 12, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. And Mr. Robinson, the hearings are virtual. We have been virtual for the past 3 years. So you don't have to come to the office. You can be at the comfort of your home or your office to do a hearing if we have a hearing. But if this matter goes to a hearing, I just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents or witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent you from moving forward. Any question by anyone?
Nothing further, Mr.
No,
Chairperson.
not for me.
All right. Thank you very much for your appearance today. Have a great day. Thank you. All right.
Same to you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 22CC00024, Lyft Market license number 88858. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar, we have a fact find. I believe that's the end of your day, Mr. Lutz. All right, thank you. The next case in our calendar is a fact finding here in case number 23 CMP 00009 half smoke, license number 100855. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the right of the licensee in this case, please?
Ray McCain, your access has been elevated.
ABRA
Prout, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Let's see, I thought there's no ABRA investigator. I guess not. All right.
Prout is the investigator.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me see. The licensee, do you have a camera you can elevate your, do you have a camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, please turn your camera on, please. All right, good morning. All right, good morning. Let's have the parties identify themselves for record. Let's start with you, Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is ABRA Investigator Tavril Prout, TAVRIL PROUT.
Thank you. Mr. McCain, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Andre McCain, ANDREMCCAIN.
All right, good morning, sir. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing. So, at a fact-finding hearing, the board is an incident occurred, and all the board is doing here is to gather information to make a determination whether or not any further action needs to be taken to make a determination whether or not any further action should be taken on this case. A fact-finding hearing is basically, as I said, we're just gathering facts. The parties are not sworn. The board cannot order a licensee to make any changes at a fact-finding hearing. If the licensee, however, volunteers to make changes, then it's binding on the licensee. But just want to be clear that the board cannot order the licensee to make any specific changes or any specific agreements at the fact-finding hearing. At the end of this hearing, the board can make one or two determinations. We can determine that no further action is required, or we will submit this case to the Office of the Attorney General for them to make a determination whether or not a violation has occurred and whether or not the parties should be charged. And then if that decision is made, then we will then the matter will come back to the board for a formal show cause hearing. Any questions before we start?
No.
All right. So just some background information. On January 26, 2023, it was determined that the establishment had 465 patrons inside when its license allows for 199, and its certificate of occupancy allows for 271 patrons. The establishment was cited by other agencies for overcrowding, having emergency exit doors obstructed, exposed wires, and preventing the exit of patrons. And the establishment claimed that its security footage was not available that day due to technical failure. So what I will do is that I'll have Mr. Prout just to Mr. Prout, did you draft a case report on this case, sir?
Yes, I am willing to share my screen if you would like to, Mr. Chairperson.
Can you please share your screen and just tell us what happened on that day, please? Ms. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Prout to share his screen?
Prout, your access has been elevated.
Thank you, sir. All right, can everyone see my screen at this time?
Yes, sir, we can see. Okay. So can you tell us what's going on? Yes, sir.
So on Thursday, January 26, 2023, I was sent to the establishment to advise them of a noise complaint. Upon arrival to the establishment at approximately 10:38 p.m. on the evening of January 26, 2023, I noticed a large crowd at the front entrance of the establishment. Upon trying to gain entry into the establishment to notify them of the noise complaint, I was unable to get to the front door as a result of the huge crowd that was standing in front of the front entrance and which were impeding the ingress and egress of the establishment. So I then walked over to the side fire exit on the Georgia Avenue side of the establishment, and I put my ABRA credentials up to the door, instructing one of the establishment staff to open up the side door so I could gain entrance into the establishment in order to conduct a regulatory inspection and to make notification with the on-duty ABC manager. At that time, the staff member did open up the side door and he allowed me to gain entrance into the establishment. I asked that person to direct me to where the ABC manager was. At that time, the ABC manager on duty, there were multiple ones, but the person who I made contact with was Miss Avery Lancaster. As a result of speaking with Miss Avery Lancaster, I asked for the certificate of occupancy as well as the ABRA license that is at the establishment. And so, in asking Ms. Lancaster for the certificate of occupancy, which is CFO number 1603755, which is my exhibit number 12, in which states that the establishment's occupancy load was 271 persons at any given time, and then their ABRA license, which is ABRA 1000855, they have a max capacity of 199 persons in the establishment at any given time. And so, upon gaining access into the establishment, I asked Ms. Lancaster of how many persons were in the establishment at that time, and she stated to me that it would be in lieu of what the CFO stated. So upon going to the establishment, I was able to, I'm going to show the board the number of persons in which I saw upon accessing the establishment. So this is the picture of the crowd standing on the Florida Avenue side of the establishment, trying to gain entry into the establishment on the night of. And this is the crowd from the Georgia Avenue side, in which I saw as well. So where my cursor is at this time is the door in which I was able to gain access to in order to be able to gain access into the establishment on the night of. And so what drew my attention to the overcrowding was these are the pictures of the patrons that were at the front entrance and surrounding the main bar area of the establishment. This is the crowd that is at the middle of the main bar area where my cursor is, and where my cursor is to the left-hand corner of the establishment is on the left-hand side of the establishment going towards the rear where there's Summer Garden was. I was unable to get no further than this area, in which, going back to where my pointer is, I got to about this area here in this photo, where this photo here was actually taken. And this is the crowd towards the rear of the establishment heading towards the Summer Garden, which is where my cursor is on the right-hand side in Exhibit 9. And so as a result, I made contact with Supervisory Investigator Leah Singleton to advise her of my observations on the night of, and she then sent investigators Mark Ruiz and Chris Condon to the establishment. From there, I made contact with MPD and as well as requested a fire marshal over the air of the police radio that's provided by the agency. And from there, Sergeant Bernick and fire investigators Shalante Harris were able to arrive on scene with several other MPD officers. As a result of the large crowd, the establishment was asked to instruct the patrons to leave out of the establishment. As a result of the patrons leaving, we were able to conduct a formal head count in which we were able to observe approximately 465 people in the establishment on the night of. From there, Fire Investigator Harris noticed several citations in which were the establishment having overcrowding, for having emergency exit doors obstructed, exposed wires, and preventing the exit of the place of business at all times by patrons. From there, I was able to meet with Mr. Andre McCain, who's on the line at this time, and I requested from the establishment for all camera angles to be provided to ABRA for the hours of 10 o'clock p.m. to 11:18 p.m. And that was requested formally on the night of January 26, 2023. From there, I asked my colleague ABRA investigator Chanel Murray on January 31st, 2023 to visit the establishment to retrieve the video footage that was requested on the night of Thursday, January 26, 2023. And that camera footage was not provided, and ABC manager was spoken to by investigator Murray, and it was advised to her that the establishment was experiencing technical issues in which they were unable to transfer the video onto a USB drive, and consequently, the video recording system failed to record and store footage for up to 30 days. And at the time of this report, which was on Wednesday, February 1st, 2023, I conducted a ABRA record check, and the establishment does have a settlement agreement on file. However, there were no additional ABRA violations that were observed as a result of reviewing the settlement agreement, and the establishment does not have a security plan on file. And that concludes my testimony at this time, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Proud. We can close the screen. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Just for the record, as far as ABRA, close this screen, please.
Okay.
You're still sharing your screen.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
As far as ABRA's, their license, what is their occupancy? What's on their ABRA license, please?
Their ABRA license states 199 persons total.
And you stated that you used a clicker. How many folks did you count in that establishment?
465 persons were counted as they exited the establishment on the night of Thursday, January 26, 2023.
All right. And how did you count? I'm sorry, how were you able to count 465?
So I stood at the exit of the establishment and I counted persons as they exited the establishment once the music was turned off.
Hold on a minute. Mr. McLean, are you with us, sir? Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean, are you with us, sir? Oriana, is Mr. McLean? Mr. McLean, I would ask that you remain on camera, sir, because I need to make sure that you are here. And the only way I can know that you're here is if you're on camera, sir, because I just looked up and I saw a blank screen. So I need to make sure that you're here to listen to this hearing, sir. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Proud, so you're telling us now, how is it you're able to count? I'm sorry.
So I stood at the entrance and or exit of the establishment and I counted patrons as they egress out of the establishment on the night of.
And how many again did you count?
465 patrons in total.
And what agencies, if any, did ABRA contact regarding what was seen at the establishment?
I contacted Metropolitan Police Department as well as DC Fire and Emergency Management Services.
And did they show up?
Yes. Sergeant Vernick from 3D showed up to the scene with several officers assigned to the 3rd District, as well as fire investigator Shalonte Harris.
So what is it that DC MPD did? What did they do? What action did they take?
They asked for the establishment to allow the patrons to egress out of the establishment as a result of his observations. He cited the establishment for overcrowding, having exposed wires, and then preventing the obstruction of persons being able to egress from the establishment, as well as obstruction of the emergency side door as well.
And what action, if any, was done by the fire department?
There were several citations that were issued at the conclusion of fire investigators Harris's investigation from that night. So I presume that the establishment was cited once he completed his formal report.
I'm going to have some more questions for you, but any questions, any questions of the investigator by the board members?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Prout, thank you for a very comprehensive, clear, and concise report on this incident. And for the record, FIMS is the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. You, upon observing the violations, what did you write them up for that particular day, for the record?
I cited them for overcrowding, which is a substantial change of their ABRA license, and since they had over the total allowed occupancy as stated on their ABRA license and the amount of 199 patrons total at any given time.
This may be beyond what you're trained in and what you normally do or say at these hearings, but what would be the result of overcrowding should something happen out of the normal with that number of people over the amount that they are legally to have?
A stampede can transpire, which can result in multiple fatalities.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for a comprehensive and clear and concise report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. Investigator, are you familiar with this establishment?
Yes, I am familiar, sir.
Had you been sent there as an investigator on any prior nights before this incident that you noted?
I have been there to conduct regulatory inspections as well as to provide them with subpoenas for other ABRA hearings.
And on the nights that you had been there as an investigator, had you had concerns about overcrowding on any of those experiences?
No, sir.
On this particular night that you went, do you know if, and maybe I missed it in the report, do you know if this was an advertised special event or an event that was advertised?
So the establishment advised me that it was a regular weekly Howard University event, but there was nothing that I found through social media, or there were no type of flyers that were provided to substantiate that it was a formal Howard U event on the night of, Mr. Grandis.
Did I hear you just to say that it was a weekly event that the establishment acknowledged?
Yes.
And I think I heard you say that you were able to count the occupants as they left. Once the place was cleared, was the establishment allowed to let people re-enter and continue the evening, or what occurred at that point after they exited?
The establishment elected to close for the evening, and they awaited for Mr. McCain, the establishment owner, to arrive on scene per the request of Sergeant Vernick contacting him personally.
And were you there long enough to know that they actually did close for the evening?
Yes.
And they did close. Is that your observation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Pro, tell us about the cameras. Does the establishment have cameras?
Yes, they do have cameras, sir.
And so you're stating that you did not receive the requested camera recording, is that correct?
Yes, I have not received the camera footage to date, which is March 15, 2023.
And what specifically, why is it that the establishment informed you you could not receive the the camera recording?
So the establishment advised Investigator Murray on January 31st that the establishments was unable to transfer the video footage, consequently as a result of the establishment's camera system not being able to record or and store 30 days worth of actual footage. So that's what was advised to ABRA officials.
Okay, thank you. Do you know whether or not this establishment has a security plan?
No, they do not have a security plan on file, Mr. Chairperson.
And what type of license does this establishment have?
Boards and indulgence, sir. The establishment has a restaurant C license.
A restaurant license. All right. Thank you. Any endorsements? Are you able to tell if they have any endorsements?
The endorsements they have are carry out and delivery, entertainment, as well as a summer garden endorsement, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McCain, do you have, I'm sorry, does any other board member have any other questions before I turn to Mr. McCain? Go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to Investigator Prout. Investigator Prout, since this is a restaurant, did you observe any cooking or any serving of food, or was there a kitchen operating as required by code?
Yes, sir. So there was a kitchen operating at that time, and I did see patrons eating fries upon entrance into the establishment on the night of Thursday, January 26, 2023.
Maybe you know this question, maybe you don't. Does this owner or does this establishment meet the requirement, the food requirement for a restaurant?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. McCain, you're going to have an opportunity to present your side of the story, but do you have any specific questions that you want to ask of the investigator, sir?
Thank you. The only question I have was, I don't recall to have heard what the means and methods were for obtaining the occupant count.
I think he's asking Mr. Prout, how did you, what you're asking him, how many people were actually in there, or what is your occupants? Which one of the questions you're asking, sir?
I'm asking what was the method for determining the count?
Yes.
Mr. Prout?
So the method that was used, I used a counting device, and each time I saw a person exiting out of the establishment, that counting device was clicked. At the end of me counting all the patrons leaving out of the establishment, the resulting number was 465 patrons in total.
Any
And were we privy to the results of that count? And I'm not sure, just some fact finding here myself. Are we allowed to visualize that count as well, or how does that work?
So I'm more than welcome to show you the exhibit that's in my report that outlines what the the clicking device that I utilize. Let me try to share my screen once more. Boards and indulgence. This is the clicker, which is exhibit number 14, which resulted in 465 patrons in the establishment on the night of Thursday, January 26, 2023.
Any other questions for the investigator, Mr. McCain?
No further questions. Thank you.
As I said, Mr. McCain, this is a fact finding here, and we are trying to gather information to determine what next steps should be taken And I guess I'm trying to find out from you. Let me ask you a couple of questions, sir. What was so special? You're a restaurant, so what was so? Explain to me your business model, sir. What type of establishment?
Thank you, sir. Chairman, Half Smoke is a casual dining restaurant, a full service restaurant that has been open and operating since October of 2016. We serve affordable American food, mainly including the half smoked sausage, as well as a wide array of alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages.
And so, January 26, 2023, your restaurant. So, what? Mr. Prout, approximate what time did you get to this establishment, sir?
Yes, sir. I arrived at approximately 10:38 p.m.
So what was going on January 26, 2023 that allegedly there were 406? Well, the clicker states, the clicker, Mr. Prout. But let me ask you a question. What is the occupancy as far as your license is concerned, sir? What is the occupancy of your establishment?
199 occupants.
Now, what controls? Is it that, as far as your restaurant is concerned, is it your certificate of occupancy or is it your license? Which one of the numbers are you supposed to comply with?
It's your license number.
So if your certificate of occupancy says you can have 500 and your license says that you can only have 300, is it your position that you can only have 300 people because that's what your ABRA license?
Correct.
So what was going on January 26, 2023? What, in the sense that, as Mr. Prout stated, that the clicker had 465 individuals?
Thank you. As you may or may not be aware of, we are located on the corner of Florida and Georgia Avenue, directly adjacent to Howard University Hospital, a few blocks away from the Howard University campus. Since 2016, we've had regular events that have been planned in conjunction with the university, in conjunction with student groups at the university, as well as ad hoc visits, in addition to being sort of in the epicenter of many Howard University homecomings. This particular night, on Thursday night, was a regular routine Thursday night for us where we typically expect the Howard students to come. Again, since 2016, leading up to 2020, so 4 years then, and then we stopped for the pandemic, and then resumed in 2022. We've hosted students on Thursdays, typically ending around 11 o'clock, never with any violations, also never with any issues. I think it's also worth noting, prior to COVID, we had these events with no security. Post-COVID, we incorporated security at our expense, at great expense, licensed, bonded, reputable security that actually provides security for the majority of the corridor because of the influx of crime in the neighborhood and for the safety of our patrons. Notwithstanding the fact that we're not a nightclub, notwithstanding the fact that we are operating these events during what would, I think, objectively be considered normal restaurant hours. We have reputable security who are responsible for several things, including keeping patrons off the street, IDing patrons, watching patrons at the bar, in addition to the licensed bartenders that we have, making sure that we adhere to the occupancy requirements, general safety in terms of any altercations that may arise inside the venue and outside of the venue. This particular night, we had 4 security guards there present at each of the doors and also inside. This, frankly, was an aberration. There was nothing out of the normal that would have suggested that as many people would come as they did, and as many people would come to essentially bombard the door as they did, which is why the doors were momentarily locked as we were trying to get people to exit. They were not locked to keep people in. It was not in our best interest to have that many people inside, whatever the number may be, because we're not able to provide the quality of service that we would like to provide on a normal basis. And so we were surprised by this, and we were also surprised by the fact that the security that we have paid handsomely and again have used over a dozen times for these recurring weekly events with no issue whatsoever was on this occasion unable to crowd control in an effective manner. I also would like to thank the investigator for a very thorough investigation. I take these matters very seriously. As I've mentioned, we've been in operation for almost 10 years, never with an incident of this nature. It's quite unfortunate. It's something that we take very seriously. It's something that we are looking to do best efforts to avoid in the future. It's also worth noting, for what it's worth, that Officer Varnick, who I have a personal relationship with, professional relationship with, relative to his service in the neighborhood. We had a lengthy conversation that night about measures that we could take from a crowd control standpoint. I do believe that his view was that we did everything that we could do to control the crowd, including closing down the restaurant once we were unable to effectively control the crowd.
Well, Mr. McClure, what type of mechanism? You stated that your occupancy is 199. So what type of mechanism do you utilize to stay within your occupancy level? Because how large is your establishment, sir?
How large in terms of square footage?
Yes, yeah.
Approximately 4,500 square feet.
Because the pictures that were shown by Mr. Prout, it appears that there was overcrowding. And it just, without counting just some of the pictures, certain areas looked like there was a lot of people. So I guess I'm just trying to find out, do you use a clicker? What mechanisms do you use to control the crowd that's entering your establishment? How do you do crowd control? I can't hear you, sir.
Yes, we do use the clicker, and that's one of the services in addition to the clickers that our managers are using. The security guards have a clicker too, and so the main mechanism for crowd control, again, which we've never had an issue with before, is the security at the door checking IDs and the addition of the clicker. And also, as a practical matter, I'm not quite sure that notwithstanding the fact that our license allows for 199 patrons, I'm not quite sure that's even an ideal number in terms of what we would want. And so we typically do not allow anywhere near the maximum occupancy for this particular reason.
Now, tell me about, how many cameras do you have, sir?
We have several cameras, and I'd like to clarify the camera comments as well. On the night of the incident, the investigator requested the footage. Typically, when we provide footage to ABRA or to the police department, as an example, the party requesting the camera footage, we give them full access to the cameras, and they download whatever camera angles or whatever footage they would like. I offered that access to the investigator. He left and came back with a thumb drive the night of. And I think there was, I guess, a misunderstanding around who was responsible for accessing the cameras, whether it's the investigator themselves or the licensee to provide the footage at that time. The determination was made that we were unable to provide the footage at that time simply because we would have to get our IT person to download the footage. I don't know how to download the footage. You can talk directly to me. But I, again, offered to not only the investigator, but also to the police to access the footage at that time. We were told we had to have the footage available on a drive by a certain date. For the record, I'd like to state that that footage was made available at that date and it's still available. So we do have the footage. The notion that the footage is not available is inaccurate. By all accounts that I've heard from the staff, I do recall an investigator or two coming to retrieve the footage and not really sure why the footage wasn't taken, but the footage is available.
So you're saying the footage is available to give to provide to the agency. Are you saying that? So what's the miscommunication? Are you saying that? What do you mean that the footage is available? Is it available on how is it available for the agency to receive the information?
It's available on the same thumb drive that we were given by the agency.
All right. So since the footage is available, when will you provide this footage to the agency?
We were told that the agency was going to come pick it up, and I know that the agency had made attempts to come pick it up. I'm not quite sure what the miscommunications. No one called me and asked for the footage after that. I don't know if they came when somebody was on duty and they didn't know about where the drive was or what. But the point is, we're not trying to withhold the footage. The footage is available. The footage has been available since the required date. So I think that sounds like a miscommunication.
All right, I just want to this is something that, so you're saying today that our agency can come to your establishment at any time and pick up the footage. Is that what you're saying today, sir? Is that the agreement that the footage is available and the agency is able to come to the establishment during regular operation hours and pick it up? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Pruitt, you're here, so could you I don't know what your hours of operations are, but can you ensure that some member of the enforcement team goes to Half Smoke and pick up the footage, because as Mr. McLean has stated, it is available for ABRA to pick up at any time.
Pick it up at the conclusion of my testimonies this afternoon, Mr. Chairperson.
So, Mr. McLean, is your establishment currently open?
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Proud said that this morning he will come to the establishment to pick up the footage. So it will be available for him to pick up it. That's correct, sir?
This afternoon, Mr. Chairperson.
This afternoon.
So after
Mr. McLean?
5.
I can't hear you, Mr. Proud. You said, Mr. Proud, you're saying this afternoon you're going to pick it up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. McLean, this is the only order that I'm giving you today, because you've stated that the footage is available at any time for ABRA to pick it up. So you're stating today that ABRA is able to retrieve the footage this afternoon. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. All right. What's your hours of operation, sir, or hours of alcohol sales? Let me ask you that way. I'm going with what's on your hours of operation as per your license.
For like every day or for Thursday or
The time. Do you know what? If not, if not, I'll ask Mr. Prout.
I think it's
your license hours?
I think Thursdays I don't know offhand, but I don't know what time we're able to start alcohol sales, but and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
At what time do you close?
Well, the reason why I'm not sure is because we actually close at 12, so we close well before our end of service hours for alcohol. So I just don't know. I can't. It's been 7 years, but I don't know if during the week we're allowed to serve until 2 or what we agreed to.
I'm just asking what time you close. I mean, of course, we can say that you are able to close at 2, but then you can elect to close at 12. That's why I'm just asking.
No, on Thursdays we typically close at 11 o'clock.
On Thursdays you close at 11 o'clock, and what about the other days of the week?
We typically close Monday through Thursday at 11 o'clock, Friday and Saturday 12 o'clock, and Sunday 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, so let me ask you a question. Are your cameras, do they record for 30 days? I mean, because I don't know, I'm just asking, do they record for, if an incident occurs, are they able to record for 30 days, or what period of time is your camera able to record for?
Our cameras, it's not based on a certain number of days. It's simply based on a certain volume of activity. They're motion sensor based cameras. So there's no set time frame in which there may be footage available or not. Each camera sort of operates on its own storage capacity. Some of the cameras are used more than others relative to activity on that particular camera.
All right. Just another question I want to ask you. Are you aware? So, is your camera are your cameras always operational?
Yes.
And you're aware, although you're not required to have cameras, do you know that our regulations clear states that if you have cameras, they have to be operational, and that if they are not working, you are supposed to alert the agency to the fact that your cameras are not working?
Yeah, our cameras are working.
Mr. Proud, can you please drop some information off to the licensee regarding the proper functioning in our regulations regarding the proper functioning of cameras, please?
Yes, sir. I'll do that this afternoon, Mr. Chairperson.
And let me ask you a question, and I'm not sure if this can be done today. And this is for your own protection. Would you allow ABRA to, and you can say no, you don't have, as I stated before, would you allow ABRA to do a walkthrough of your camera functioning to make sure that you have no dead spots?
Sure.
So I'm not saying that something can be done, but I'll ask that ABRA at some point work with the licensee, and this is for your own protection, sir, just to allow you to look at your camera system to ensure that you have no dead spot. And maybe, Mr. Pratt, once you review the camera footage today, then maybe the agency can look to see if they can assist the licensee with camera operation. Okay. All right.
I will coordinate with Mr. McCain for a date in the near future for us to be able to conduct that walkthrough, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions or concerns? Go ahead, Mr. Short. What you want to ask questions of Mr. McCain? Go ahead, sir. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCain. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
McCain.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Great. Mr. McCain, how long have you been in the restaurant and alcohol business?
This location of House Smoke was my first restaurant. It opened up October 4th, 2016.
Okay. And Mr. McLean, have you ever had any training from ABRA, from the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration? Have you had any training regarding the do's and don'ts for a CR or restaurant as yours that sells alcohol?
Training training in terms of what?
As far as knowing the code books and knowing what the inspectors or investigators are looking for when they come by to do a regulatory inspection of your facility, of your business?
Not sure, but
Okay, well,
I don't know
that's
I mean, it's been a long time, so I don't know. When you say training, I mean, I've dealt with lots of inspectors and lots of walkthroughs, but I'm not sure what the training mechanism would be.
Are you familiar with the code book that regulates your business?
I'm tangentially familiar with it. I wouldn't say I know it by heart.
This is just a suggestion. As the chairman was saying earlier to you, we can't require you to do anything at this fact-finding hearing, but I would make this recommendation to you as a ABC board member. There is free training available for anyone operating, owning, or in the service and sales of alcohol in the District of Columbia. And all you have to do is get in contact with Investigator Prout or call our office, and they will be more than happy to take you over the do's and don'ts, regulations, probably even provide you with a code book to protect you and your clients coming into your business. It would make for a much more fruitful business experience for you, I can assure you. That's just a suggestion that I would make to you as a board member, that maybe you should get in contact with ABRA, or when Investigator Proud comes by, ask when the free training is available for people like yourself who own businesses selling, serving, and delivering alcohol in the District of Columbia.
Thank you.
Would you be willing to take that free training if it was available to you? We can't make you do it, but would you be willing if it's available to you?
Yeah, I would, and I'd also make sure that my staff on duty does that as well.
That's great. Investigator, the investigator can help you with that when he comes by and you talk to him about the cameras. I'm quite sure he'd be more than willing to help you and your staff get the appropriate training that you would find to be very fruitful to your business. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shore.
Mr. Chairman?
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, is it your position that that evening you believe that the number of patrons that were in there at any one time was below the maximum allowed by your license? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what your perspective is.
I wouldn't say at any given time. I would say no, as per our standard, our position is that we were, very conservatively monitoring the occupancy. One of the questions I had for Officer Varnick, and this may or may not be the right forum for this question, and perhaps it's in the training, but somewhat of a hypothetical. But if 5 buses pull up right now, and everyone walks in the restaurant, will be over the occupancy. Um, how should we go about handling that? That is essentially what happened in this, what I would consider to be a black swan event. But we were actively trying to get people to leave.
And I think I heard you state that at one point, the doors were locked on the inside so that your door people or security could get people to exit. Am I understanding that's what you said occurred? I'm just trying to once again understand your perspective.
The doors were temporarily locked by security who were also standing by the doors because of the stampede of people trying to get in. And they were also providing crowd control outside of the doors to move people away from the doors so that people could safely exit. But, you know, reasonably speaking, you can't enter and exit at the same time. So that was why at least a couple of the doors were temporarily locked while that very quick control was trying to be reestablished.
And also, did I understand that this is a weekly event that the establishment does to, to give, the school, the college kids, a weekly venue to attend something that should be positive? Is that what I understand, that this is a weekly advertised event?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we've had this event on a near weekly basis since 2016. So that would account for easily several hundred times we've had this event with not one violation.
And how is that event advertised?
At this point, it's it's like football on Sunday. I mean, the students know about it, so they come. So we don't really advertise it. Sometimes there's a lot of people. Sometimes it's not that many people at all. It's also very weather dependent. I think that was a factor on that day. That was a very unseasonably warm day. It might have been one of those like 75 in January days that we had this year. So again, it's very much an aberration, but this isn't, it's not ticketed. We don't charge any cover fees. There's no promoters. The students come and go as they please, just like any other day.
But generally, do you have a DJ for that weekly event?
We may or may not have a DJ. It just sort of depends on what the students want. It depends. Sometimes we it also depends on the day if there's a game on, etc. No different than we're as part of the mayor's office for American Affairs. Tomorrow we're hosting a watch event at 2:00 for the Howard University basketball team who went to the NCAA tournament for the first time, I think, in 30 plus years. So it just depends on what the nature of the day is, but it's not promoted as a DJ party. And in fact, typically it ends around 11:00. So this is not even really a late night thing.
Well, those of us who live in the neighborhood know you have an excellent menu, so it'd probably be well attended. So in the context, because it does get crowded, because it's a college event and it's festive, how do you determine, how is your staff trained to determine that someone underage, because college kids are in college below 21, how do you, on Thursday night particularly, how do you control keeping underage from getting alcoholic beverages?
Well, first of all, we don't let underage people in. And so that's part of the reason why we pay for, again, licensed, bonded, and very reputable security. And as the investigator mentioned, we also have several ABRA managers on duty as well. And we also recheck the licenses, the driver's licenses at each purchase, as well as monitor consumption, focus that and security monitor consumption after the purchase of the drink to make sure that the person who purchased the drink is the person who's drinking the drink.
So I hear you. So it may be helpful for me to understand that even though it's a CR restaurant and on most nights, any age can go in there with their family or whatever. It's a very family oriented establishment. But on this particular night, under 21 is not allowed entry during the hours of this event. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, given the sort of elevated, the obvious elevated risk of minors drinking. But on a normal day, we do not have security and we do not screen people at the door.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're raising your hand, Mr. Prout.
Yes, I would also like to advise the board on the night of Thursday, January 26th, the establishment did offer a DJ as entertainment to the Howard University students on that evening. So I do want to let the board know that on that night, there was a DJ playing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prout. Mr. McLean, you asked a question earlier. The question is that suppose 5 bus loads show up, what are you supposed to do? You stated that you have security, and you also stated that you utilize a clicker. So what you do, sir, utilize a clicker. Your certificate of occupancy, your license states that you have 199, and your security are supposed to utilize the clicker to ensure that there are no more than 199 folks in there. So therefore, if 5 bus loads show up, I don't know what the total capacity is for 5 bus loads of folks, but you have security with the clicker and you'll have 199 and you never cross 199. When one person goes out, you allow one person in to maintain your occupancy. So that's what you do, sir.
Thank you. That response is helpful, but in the event that we do not have security, which is the normal, what should we do?
Sir, your license states that you can only have 199 people in your restaurant, sir. You need to come up with some, and you're not a nightclub because you've stated that your hours of operation, from what I'm told, is it's 11, 12 o'clock. So you're closed reasonable hours. So it's not apparent to me that you're a late night establishment. But your restaurant, sir, need to have an established mechanism how to maintain crowd control. Because if you do not maintain whether or not you have paid security or your managers, they need to control the amount of people that's in your establishment, sir. I know that businesses are happy that folks are showing up. We're looking forward to the post-COVID bump. And so for your bottom line, it does help that you have a lot of people who showed up. However, at what cost? So you need to balance the cost in the sense that fire code violation, someone being injured because the establishment is overcrowded, someone suing you, your insurance cost goes up, you have to pay ABRA a fee because ABRA might find some type of violation. DC Fire Department might find some violation, and so therefore you then have to look at the opportunity costs in trying to come up with some mechanism how to manage crowd at your establishment, sir. That's just something that you have to figure out how to do, sir. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions by anyone before I bring this hearing to a close? Hearing none, the board will take this matter under advisement, sir. So therefore, we will determine that if we will take no further action, or whether or not we will forward this matter to the Office of Attorney General for further investigation. But the only agreement that we had today is that you will make the the video available to ABRA this afternoon. Okay?
Thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry, you will also avail yourself of the training opportunities that the agency offers. Is that what you wanted to say, Mr. Short, or is there, yes, and that you will avail yourself of the training opportunities that the agency, I'm sorry, you'll avail yourself of the training opportunities that the agency offers, and also that you will also agree for ABRA, once they've viewed the camera, to do a walkthrough of your establishment to make sure that you have no dead spot as far as the operation of your cameras. Okay? All right? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Okay. All right, so let's go back to our calendar. The next case in our calendar, we have another fact finding here in case number 23-251-00003, Air Restaurant License number 117404. This case has been continued to March 29th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. All right, so we're at the end of our morning calendar. And so since we're at the end of our morning calendar, let me move to our, let's move to our legal agenda. All right, the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated March 2nd, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Pearl, license number 122783. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. Now we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of request from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C to withdraw the protest dated March 8th, 2023 in the Big Board, license number 087398. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23-PRO-0010. This is dated March 1st, 2023. This is in Sports and Social, license number 123418. We had this case this morning and the board voted 6-0 to deny the request. Number 4, review of ANC's 1B's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23-PRO-0010. And this is in Sports and Social, license number 123418, based on the decision made by the board this morning. On our calendar, this is now moot. And number 5, review of applicants' reply in support of motion to dismiss protest in case number 23-PRO-00010, dated March 14th, 2023. This is Sports and Social, license number 123418. This is also moot. And number 3, 4, and 5 were addressed on our calendar this morning. Number 6, review of applicant's motion to continue the protest in case number 23-PRO-00138 and case number 23-PRO-00142, dated March 14th, 2023. This is Rose Mariano de Italia, license number 109613. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of protestants' opposition to applicant's motion to continue the protest hearing in case number 23 PRO 00138 and case number 23 PRO 00142 dated March 14th, 2023. This is in the Rose Mariano d'Italia, license number 109613. This matter is also moot. So we have now completed our licensing agenda. Our legal agenda. Let's move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for the River Inn Matera, license number 124203. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 2, review application for safekeeping a license. Original request. This is for Cuckoo Restaurant, license number 107631. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license due pending transfer. This is for the PIG license number 088060. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 4, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is in the Roberts Law Group PLLC, license number 083728. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 5, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for IRAKLION, license number 116082. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
You agree, Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is the 1720 Club, license number 015251. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. There a second?
Seconds.
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Equinox Sports Club, license number 096730. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for John Boyle, trade name to be determined. I make a motion that we approve this matter through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application of extend safekeeping of license. This is for District Still, license number 102521. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. There a second.
Mr. Short,
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 10, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Eat Bergs BRGZ, formerly Grillfish, license number 023794. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. There a second.
Ed Grandis will second.
Seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the trade name is to be determined, but this was formerly Martin's Wine and Spirits, license number 123646. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Cato, seconds.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Grandis, Ms. Crockett, and Mr. Cato a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Asa Foods Palace, license number 12112748. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises. This is for City Tap House, license number 106537. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review request to remove the wine pub permit endorsement from the license. This is for Ed Violet, license number 078332. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Ed
second.
Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Space DC license number 124237. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of the architectural floor plans for new full-service grocery. This is from Mason and Greens, license number 123414. Make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review letter of request to remove the dancing endorsement from the license. This is for Uncaged Mimosas, license number 120889. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda is a review request to expand the premises, including the total occupancy load from 106 to 224 in accordance with the revised certificate of occupancy. This is the Dubliner license number 001330. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons licensed before. The first establishment is London Curry in a Hurry, license number 118923. The licensee requested cancellation. And Bangkok Joe's, license number 060678. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that ABC board cancels the license for the two establishments whose names were just placed in record. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license one-day substantial change docket. Now, there are 11 applicants on this docket. I'll read the names of all of the applicants, the type of license that's been requested, the date of the event, the license number, and the attendee. At the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board to approve the issuance of these licenses. The first request, a request made by Michael, and the last name is SRIQUI. He has requested a one-day license class F. This is for the Horseman Elementary School PTA. This is on March the 18th, 2023. The license number is 124213, 300 attendees, 7 security guards. Number 2 is a request from Millicent Hawkins for a one-day license class F. This is for an awards dinner. This is on March 18th, 2023. The license number is 124198, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. The number 3, the request from Mark Furstenberg, Furstenberg, a one-day license class F. This is for a reception. This is on April 6, 2023. The license number is 124238. 42 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, another request from Mark Furstenberg for a one-day license class F. This is for another reception. This is on June 1st, 2023. The license number is 124240. 42 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, a request from Nayef Isa, Nayef ISSA, a one-day license class G. This is for Party with Disc Jockey. This is on March 16th through March 17th through March 18th, the 3 days. The license number is 124184. 700 attendees in waves throughout the event, 14 security guards. Number 6, a request from Jennifer Curie. This is for one-day license class G. This is for the annual Ireland at the Wharf. This is on March 20th, 2023. The license number is 124249. 75 attendees, 3 security guard. Number 7, a request from Michelle Heslin, Heslin, a one-day license class G. This is for fundraiser. This is on March 24th, 2023. The license number is 124200. 150 attendees, 3 security guard. Number 8, a request from DC Vegan, a one-day substantial change. This is for the St. Patrick's Day celebration. This is on March 17th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change to offer entertainment begin at 4 p.m. The license number is 118543. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00616, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9, a request from ZQ Enterprises for a one-day substantial change. This is for fundraiser. This is on June 10th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change is a change to extend hours of operation from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sales and service of alcohol will be prohibited between the hours of the substantial change. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00617, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. The Enforcement Division will monitor this event. The next request is another request from the Bunker for a one-day substantial change. The event is a fundraiser. And it is a fundraiser on June the 11th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change to extend hours of operation from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sales and service of alcohol will be prohibited between the hours of the substantial change request. The license number is 122706. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00619. 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Enforcement will monitor the substantial change hours. Number 11 is a request from Regmo Holdings Inc. This is for pub crawl. This is the Caribbean Bar Crawl. This is on August 12, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change number license is 23 PCE 00010. And this event is approved for a maximum of 1,000 participants. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these license. Is there a second?
And Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. We now move to our license administrative docket. This docket is the last, this is the last event for the ABC board to either issue the license or make changes to establish license. And so the first, so there are 15 life applicants on this. There are 15, there are 15 applicants on this license agenda. And so I'll read all 15 names, and in the list, I'll make a motion that we approve these applications. So the first applicant is the St. Gregory Luxury Hotel and Suites, St. Greg Kitchen and Bar, license number 116478. Their retailer C Hotel, trade name change application. The new name is the St. Gregory Hotel / Ellington Park Bistro. Number 2, a request from Comey / Little Sherwood, SEROW. The license number is 060765, their retailer C Restaurant. Trade name change application. The new name is Happy Ice Cream. Number 3, the American Institute of Architects, Inc., license number 082312. Caterer's license, change of officer application. Letitia A. Woods, Vice President. Number 3, Michael A. Odom, a person is requesting a personal importation permit application. The license number is 23 IMP 00005. Number 5, Philip Bagro, he's also requesting a personal importation permit. The license number is 23 IMP 00006. Number 6, Flavor Garden, license number 121338. Retailer C Restaurant, entertainment endorsement application. Number 7, Zoka and Crush by Zoka, license number 119693. Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Coastline Oyster Company and Crush. Number 8, Downtown Liquors, license number 108146. Retailer A Liquor Store, stock transfer application. Number 9, the River Inn Matera, license number 124203. Retailer C Hotel, transfer of ownership application. Number 10, Dealers Catering, license number 103563. Caterer's license, letter of request to change the address from 362 West Broad Street to 354A West Broad Street. Number 11, Fido Management, license number 117374. They are a cultivation center, a stock transfer application. Number 12, the Little Gay Pub, license number 123582. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13, Chuck's, license number 123728. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 14, Shepherd Market, license number 124095. Retailer B, transfer with sale application. And number 15, ELFEGNE, Ethiopian Cuisine, license number 123723. Retailer C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. I make a motion that ABC board approves these applications. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to our final agenda. This is another administrative docket, but this is just a street application. So there are 4 applicants on this docket. These applicants are asking for approval to operate a streetery. I'll call out the names of the establishments, and at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board to approve the granting of a street re-endorsement on their license. So the first event is, the first applicant is Traversy DC Stepchild Harold, license number 121690, Retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. Number 2, El Secreto de Rosita, license number 026519, Retailer C Tavern, again, street re-endorsement application. Number 3, Tap 99, license number 116883, Retailer C Tavern, street re-endorsement application. And number 4, Jesseries, Jesiree, license number 122939, Retailer C Restaurant, street re-endorsement application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these endorsement to these licenses. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
C. Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We have now come to the end of our calendar, and we have now come to the end of our agenda item, and so therefore we are going to adjourn for lunch. So we're going to adjourn for lunch. I'm asking that all board members return to executive session at 1:15 this afternoon, and we will come back to a public session at 1:30. So we can go straight to lunch. So the board will go to lunch and come back to executive session at 1:15, and we will come back to our public session at 1:30. Good afternoon. Have a good lunch. Thank you. record. We're on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining us this afternoon are 5 of the board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, who should be joining us shortly, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. Once all board members are on board, the board has 6 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I want to make there's several cases on our calendar, but we actually just have one actual case this afternoon. But I just want to let you know that once we get started, I will contact our IT specialist to elevate your rights. Then and only then will you have the ability, will your camera be enabled and your microphone. If your case is not being called, if your case is not being called, then your camera, if you remain after your case is called, then your camera and microphone remain mute and your camera is disabled. And so what we have this afternoon on our calendar, the first case on our calendar this afternoon is case number 22 PRO 00112 flash license number 9082323. This hearing has been rescheduled to May 17th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00149, the fireplace license number 14419. Sorry, this case has been canceled. The party submitted an offer in compromise for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00138 and case number 22 PRO 00142 Rose Marino d'Italia, license number 109613. This case has been continued. The board approved the motion this morning by the licensee to continue the hearing. So we voted on our legal agenda this morning to continue the hearing at a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00141 Hook Hall, license number 109296. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement, Board Order number 2023-113. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00145, The Big Board, license number 87398. This case has been canceled due to the withdrawal of the protest. The next case and the final case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00143, Allure Lounge, license number 108303. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Ms. Crocker, your access has been elevated. Zerihun Amente, your access has been elevated. Ram Grossman, your access has been elevated. Joel Kelty, your access has been elevated. Avril Prout, your access has been elevated. Derek J., your access has been elevated. And Mike Velasquez, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a protest here this afternoon. If you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? Mr. Crocker, Mr. Velasquez, Mr. Amente, and I think the person Derek J. If you have a camera, please turn your camera on, please. And Derek J, can you can pull your camera a little bit down so we can see your face clearly, please? Yes, sir. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing for Allure Lounge. It's an application to renew the license. I'm going to have the parties introduce themselves for the record, and let's start with Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Douglas, Douglas Crocker, Crocker, and I am the representative for Allure Lounge. And the rights for the owner, Z. Russell, should be elevated as well because he's here.
All right. And Mr. Crocker, maybe I need your voice is not clear. And because remember, we have a court reporter here, so I want to make sure that we're capturing your voice. So if you're able to get a better volume, I would ask that you do that. I think the last time we had this concern, I think you used some headphones, which actually worked. So you're saying there's a Mr. Russell? Is he online waiting to be elevated, sir?
I'd see a Z Russell in the attendee waiting area.
You can.
No, it's not Z Russell. It's Zoriho Namente. This is the owner.
Who Mr. Crocker? Who is Mr. Russell? Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker, who's Mr. Russell? I cannot hear you, Mr. Crocker. I cannot hear you, Mr. Crocker. Mr. Amenta, do you know Mr. Russell, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you know Mr. Russell?
Yes, I do. He was my agent back then when I applied my licenses. I think he got his name from there. He's not allowed. He's not here today.
I was told that I need to elevate. You're saying that he's not a part of your case. So all right. So
no, it's not.
Mr. Crocker, Mr. Crocker? Mr. Crocker, I cannot hear you, sir. I cannot hear you, Mr. Crocker. I still cannot hear you, sir. I cannot hear you, sir.
Should I call him?
I think he realized that we can't hear him. I mean, he's trying to. He is trying. You can call him and we can't hear him. So.
Okay.
I cannot hear him through the headphones he's using.
He's on the phone. You do that? Can IT at the WebEx elevate me on the phone?
All right, we provided him a call-in information, so I need to see Mr. Crocker though because he's the representative.
I could hear him just now.
Yeah, you can hear me now. You hear me?
Yes, Mr. Crocker, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm just gonna talk through my phone and then you can get the audio that way. Is that okay?
That's fine. I just want to make sure that you elevate your voice when you speak, sir. So, all right.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm sorry. It goes through the voicemail.
All right.
I'm on now. I'm on the line now. They can hear me now.
All right. So, okay. So, Mr. Crocker, can you introduce yourself for the record by spelling and state your name, sir?
Yeah, my name is Douglas Crocker, and I'm the representative for Allure Lounge.
Mr. Amente, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, yes. First name Zerihun, last name Amente.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Yeah, I'm the owner, man.
Thank you, Mr. Ament. Mr. Kelty, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. This is Commissioner Joel Kelty from ANC 6C. My name is spelled Joelkelty.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Grossman, I don't have you on camera. Can you please identify yourself for the record? If you have a camera, can you please turn it on, please?
This is Joel Kelty again. I'll be the primary representative for this one.
But I need everyone to identify themselves. So I need where's Mr. Grossman, since he's can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Mr. Grossman.
Yes, sir. Graham Grossman, Graham. Yes.
I need you to spell your name for the record and state your name and identify yourself.
I am here if you can hear me.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. I need you. We have a court reporter who is capturing everything that's said today. That is one of the reasons why I ask everyone to please state and spell your name for the record. So, Mr. Grossman, can you please identify yourself for the record, spell and state your name for the record, and your relationship, sir?
Yes, sir. Graham Grossman, Graham, last name Grossman, Grossman. I was mediation alternate for Commissioner Kelty in ANC 6C, and I apologize for the bad connection we have on WebEx.
Your connection is perfect, sir. I don't have a problem with your connection. I think we have Mike Velasquez. So can Mr. Velasquez please come on camera? Please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Velasquez. I'm the commissioner for ANC 6A02.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, we have this Derek. Who's that person? Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, sir? You need to unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Oriana, go
Can you
ahead.
hear me now?
I can hear you, sir.
My name is Derek Dew. That's Derrick. Last name Dew. That's Dew. And I run the security team at Allure. I'm the owner of 3D Security. I cover Allure Lounge.
All right, thank you. And let me see, is that everyone? I believe that everyone has identified themselves for the record. Is this I'm sorry, Mr. Proud, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
I cannot hear you, Mr. Proud.
Hear me now?
Not real good. I'm hoping it's not my equipment. Go ahead. One more time, sir.
Once again, my name is ABRA Investigator Tavril Prout, TAVRIL PROUT.
Good afternoon, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case before we move forward with this hearing? Mr. Kelty?
Mr. Chairman?
I have three preliminary matters to bring to the board's attention.
Right. Go ahead, Mr. Kelty.
So first of all, I want to call to the board's attention that the applicant's supplemental filings are untimely and should be excluded. I believe Mr. Dew may be a witness that's on the amended witness list, and his testimony should also be excluded because that witness list was amended in an untimely fashion without cause. Secondly, the applicant's exhibits contain confidential and protected information that should be excluded. And third, the applicant's non-attorney representation form was not properly served, potentially not served at all, and is defective in that it lacks the owner's signature. I can provide additional detail if you need on any three of those three items.
All right, let me see. So you're saying that the amended witness list, you're saying that the Was untimely for, was.
Yes, Chairman, we received an amended PIF form, exhibit list, and witness list last night after 6 p.m., which I was only able to review just before this meeting started. There is no good cause for why
Well,
the material
let me
wasn't
respond to the call.
Mr. Crocker, I will call on you when it's time for you to speak, sir. Okay, I asked for preliminary matters. Mr. Kelty is telling me what the preliminary matters are. Once Mr. Kelty has alerted me to the preliminary matter, sir, I will then address you. All right, so Mr. Kelty, you're saying that your first preliminary matter is that the amendment witness list was only filed yesterday. I have not and what's on the amended witness list?
Well, it's an amended PIF form, witness list, and exhibit list, and there were 4 new witnesses, I believe, including Mr. Dew, and then there are 3 or 4 new exhibits. And I'll also note that the exhibits were never included, only the list naming the exhibits. So we've never even seen those exhibits. I'll also note that the original PIF and supporting documents were turned in after the deadline.
When was the original PIP disclosed?
It was the day after the deadline. If you give me a minute, I'll give you a date. The deadline was Wednesday, March 8th, and the PIF was turned in, at least we were served the PIF on March 9th. I believe ABRA Legal also received it on the 9th.
All right, so the first one was that the amendment witness list. I'm sorry, what was the second preliminary matter again you had, sir?
My first item was the supplemental filing was untimely and without good cause. The second item was that the exhibits that were submitted late contain confidential information for mediation, including drafts of our settlement agreement, emails about the settlement agreement, and text messages. My understanding is that's all protected information that under 23-1609.2 is not to be disclosed or discoverable.
And what's the third one? And the third one was about the representation.
The third one was regarding Mr. Crocker's non-attorney representation form, which you may recall you admonished him to provide before he came to the next hearing. And we discovered that it was included with the exhibits that were untimely filed. So its service was defective in that it was untimely. But more importantly, the form lacks the owner's signature. Mr. Amente did not sign the form. Someone named Betty Atana signed the form. And as far as I know, she's not an owner of the business.
I know we had this issue. I know that we had this issue. I know that Mr. Crocker had represented himself at the protest hearing status. And I reviewed the transcript this morning, and I did alert Mr. Crocker that pursuant to the regulation, he was supposed to file the proper form. Mm-hmm. And so you're saying that the form was just provided to you in the amended disclosure that was filed yesterday. That's what you're saying, right?
Not close, but not exactly. I believe it was in the original exhibits that were also filed late. My real issue, though, is that the form is incorrectly filled out. It doesn't have the owner's signature. I know it sounds picky, but we've got to follow the rules here.
And so,
right. Can I respond to that, sir?
I'm asking that the non-attorney representative.
I'm going to get to you, Mr. Crocker. Go ahead, Mr. Kelty.
My request is that the supplemental filings be excluded. Anything containing confidential or privileged communications between the parties be excluded, and that the non-attorney representative be excluded. And witnesses that are on the list also be excluded if they were in the supplemental filing.
Do you have a concern of including the documents that were, I'm sorry, the witnesses and documents that were disclosed on March 8th? Or are you just asking us to not include the mediation settlement discussions from March 8th? That's what you're asking us, right? From March 9th, I'm sorry.
While I note that the original submission was untimely, I'm willing to move past that with the provision that emails, texts, and draft settlement agreements, which are protected information, be excluded from the exhibits. In addition, anything that was filed last night, including the exhibit list, the list of witnesses, and any witness testimony from that amended list also be excluded.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Crocker, I just want to make sure that, all right. So you're asking me one more time, what is it that you want to be excluded? I'm sorry again, one more time, please.
Okay. Number one.
All right.
Anything that was submitted as an amended filing yesterday, which includes additional individuals on the witness list, additional exhibits, I want that excluded. The second thing is in the original untimely submission, there were emails, texts, and drafts of our settlement agreement negotiations that are protected information and are not subject to disclosure under 23-1609.2. I want those excluded. And the third thing is I'm respectfully requesting that you exclude the non-attorney representative from the hearing because his form is defective and very likely his service was also defective. Service of the form.
And before I have Mr. Crocker respond to number 3, how are you prejudiced by number 3, sir? By the fact that Mr. Crocker did not file the proper form?
We've been told various people are representing the applicant, and sometimes the applicant said he's representing himself. Other times we've been told it's Mr. Crocker, and then we were told it was Andrew Klein, who then said he wasn't representing the applicant. So the whole purpose of the form is to identify to the parties who the representative is. And getting the form improperly filled out and buried in with a pile of other documents, we feel is at best sloppy and perhaps bad faith.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Crocker, I can't see you, so I need to see you. Mr. Crocker, it's my understanding, and the motion is that we not include the supplemental disclosure that was filed yesterday. And can you tell us why is it that the board should not grant the motion?
Yeah, we were awaiting the ABRA investigators report, and that wasn't delivered until the 10th. So it was the day after the submission. I did submit the PIF form. I submitted the list of witnesses. I submitted the original shared folder that had all the exhibits in it. But just like Mr. Kelty had some issues when he submitted his first shared folder, I had some issues as well. I was in communication directly with ABRA representatives. I talked to Darnetta as well as Oyo, I think. Originally, I was told that all I had to do was submit an email with a list of additional witnesses. Those additional witnesses were added as a result of what was contained in the ABRA report. I did get a chance to talk to Mr. Pivat, who wrote the report over the weekend. He called me back on Saturday, and he initially stated in the report that he had sent me an email and asked for feedback from me. But if you look at Exhibit 3 in his report, you know that my name is not included.
Mr. Crocker, both of your lines are open. One needs to be unmuted, sir. I'm now hearing, all right, so all right.
Okay, can you hear me now, clearly?
I can hear you. So why don't you come in front of the camera? I can hear you. I think I can hear you through, yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. And all I'm saying is the reason why we had submitted an amended list of witnesses was because of what was contained in the ABRA report. We didn't get the ABRA report until the 10th. Okay. So when I originally contacted Oyo, originally to ask how I could add additional information and additional witnesses, one of the witnesses we added was a security guard. And that was because in the report, they talked about 41 calls to MPD. And we also had added an MPD police officer. So those were two of the added witnesses that the protestant is saying should be excluded. But the reason why they were added was because it was addressed in the report, and we didn't get the ABRA report until the 10th. And I didn't get a chance to speak to the ABRA investigator until yesterday, even though I'd called on 2 occasions a week before and had not received a call back. But I did get the updated report, but it didn't come in until the 10th.
So who is on? I don't have the amended document. So who are the witnesses who are identified on the PIP that was sent yesterday?
Okay, that's the gentleman you just heard introduce himself, who is the head of security. So he's online. He just spoke up and introduced himself. And then also we have a police officer.
No, he's not available. He's not here today. He couldn't make it.
Speaking?
Okay. Well, we were trying to bring in Christopher John, which that is his beat over there, and he could address. I talked to the calls that were listed in the actual ABRA report.
So who are the witnesses that are listed in the report that you plan to call today?
Derek Drew, he's online. Derek Drew.
So Mr. Drew that's the only witness that is
Yes.
the only witness that is listed in the amendment that you plan to call today.
Yes, that's the only additional witness that I plan to call today. Yes. And then with respect to the form, with me being the representative, that was signed by me electronically, and then it was signed by hand by the owner, and he submitted that document. And then if you look in the folder that I sent over for everybody, there's an actual scan of his signature of that document, and then you also have the electronic signature from me.
All right, we have the owner here, and I think we had this issue. We have this issue. Mr. Amente.
Yes.
Who is your designated representative to represent you in this hearing, sir?
Mr. Douglas, I just don't know why they kept telling me to change. I mean, they don't have a lawyer either, so why would I have a lawyer? I made them and I tried to talk to them. They switched it on me, so I just kept Mr. Douglas. He worked fine by me.
So you're saying that Mr. Douglas Crocker is your You're
Yes.
saying he is your representative. Is that what you've stated, sir?
Yes, some reason they kept telling me to change it, but I think it's fine by me.
All right, Mr. Kelty. I mean, I know that we had this conversation at the status hearing, and yes, you had stated that Mr. Crocker did not file the proper form. But Mr. Crocker was here at the pre-hearing status conference. We had the conversation. Mr. Amente did state at the pre-hearing status conference that Mr. Crocker was his representative. Mr. Amente is also stating today at the hearing that Mr. Crocker is his representative. So I'm not sure how is it that you're saying that you would be harmed because he did not file the proper form.
Well, we'll withdraw that point. I still request that the untimely filed supplemental documents be excluded, as well as any confidential and protected documents under 1609.2.
I don't have, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Crocker, yes, Mr. Crocker.
Yeah, can I respond to why they were included? Okay, one of the reasons why it was included was because they came in and proposed a totally different settlement agreement than the one that was already in place. Mr. Zemente had signed a settlement agreement back in 2021. They basically balled up that agreement and came in with a totally different agreement that didn't even reference the sections that were in that agreement that he signed, and then tried to get my client alone and get him to sign that document. So the reason why I submitted it as evidence is because the first opening of the fifth sheet says identify the things that you agreed to. So we agreed to 5 different things on that new settlement agreement. And what we were looking for in exchange was for the ability for us to extend our hours back to the ABRA hours that all of the other CT lounges that are right there in A1C actually have. And that's when things fell apart. They weren't willing to budge on the hours. So the reason why I included that agreement is because that agreement is totally different than the one that Mr. Zemente has in, he's already signed and we were agreeing to move forward with, but they came in with this totally different agreement. And that's why we included it as an evidence, because we wanted to talk about the origin of the 5 things that we did agree with.
So what was included? So what was included is the settlement proposal that was submitted by that was a draft settlement proposal that was included, that was provided by the agency. That is that the document that has been disputed?
Yes,
is that what?
That's what's included. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Kelty. I'm because I don't have the documents in front of me, so that's why I'm asking.
I understand that, sir, and I'll explain. The documents in question are not only draft settlement agreements, but also email correspondence and screenshots of text messages. And under 1609.2, it says mediation proceedings are confidential. Statements made during mediation and documents and other evidence disclosed during mediation are not discoverable unless otherwise required by district or federal law.
Well,
No, I'm just trying to get some clarification. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Well, I would argue that because the ANC commissioner is a DC employee and the Freedom of Information Act will allow all of his correspondence to be viewed by DC residents, that it's not private information or excluded information. All of that correspondence he's included on it. So this is not correspondence between myself and Graham Grossman or the owner and Graham Grossman. It includes a DC official. So that information is public.
Mr. Crocker, we're talking about something different, Mr. Crocker. We're having a protest hearing.
Yep.
And one thing that in all litigation, settlement discussions, you cannot bring settlement discussions to you can't put your communications.
He's a DC commissioner.
We're talking about 2 different things, Mr. We're talking about whether or not, I'm not saying whether or not it's public information or not, but when we have a hearing, it's impermissible to include settlement discussions, even the mediation discussions at the hearing, because I'm not sure if we even discussed that. We're at a pre-hearing conference status that we had basically stated that, I'm sorry, that we'd stated that I asked for procedural matter, not substantive. So the board does not want to hear about positions that were taken by the parties during negotiations. So
can I ask one question then?
Yes,
if that's the case, then the only settlement agreement that will be discussed during this hearing is going to be the one that's existing in place that was signed back in 2021?
We can discuss it because that's part of our record. So that's a settlement agreement that is in place because it goes with with the license. So it's
the one they're proposed. What you're telling me now is then that the one that they proposed is not even on the table for discussions at this hearing today.
Mr. Crocker,
I'm fine with that.
Mr. Crocker, all right.
Yep.
and I'm going to say this, I want the record to be clear. You are the representative of this licensee. And therefore, because you are the representative of this licensee, I am taking notice that you have a good understanding of the procedures that how these hearings are operated, okay? So I'm not going to sit here and you're going to say, I don't understand, I don't know, because you have represented yourself as the designee for this licensee. The licensee has stated that you're its designee. So there are certain expectations that one has for the individual who is representing the licensee, sir. And I do hope that, and this is not the first time you've done a hearing. And I know that we've gone through many conversations about what should or shouldn't be done, but it is not my job to educate a representative at a hearing how to do a hearing. I will be more sympathetic if I have an owner who is representing himself, because I don't necessarily think that the owner might know all the procedures because he's an owner. But if he has hired a representative to represent him, and if this person puts himself out as your representative and I'm going to represent you, then there are certain things that I hold off you that I hope that you are aware of the procedures. And I don't want to be going through to teach you how to do a hearing, sir. Okay, so we're not going to do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a motion on the, I'm going to make a motion to the board, what the board should do regarding the supplemental disclosure. I'll address, let me ask you a question, Mr. Kelty. How is it that you believe that you're harmed, the ANC, your case will be harmed if Mr. Dew testifies?
I don't know who Mr. Dew is. I've had no chance to do any research on either Mr. Dew, the other witnesses, or any of the supplemental documents that were, well, they weren't sent, but that were supposedly sent. So we only got this information last night. I'm a volunteer. I have another job. I have a family. I didn't even know who Mr. Dew was until this meeting started. So I don't think we can't prepare. I don't know what to ask him. I don't know anything about his background. He's not submitted a resume. So I feel a little bit unable to ask him questions in an intelligent fashion.
All right.
But just please understand.
Mr. Crocker, go ahead. Anything you want to say, Mr. Crocker?
Just real quickly. Just please understand that the reason why he was added was because of the ABRA report. We did not get the ABRA report until the 10th. I did not talk to the ABRA investigator. He's on the phone now. Maybe he can give an explanation on why it was submitted late until Saturday. He called me on Saturday. So Mr. Drew is just the head of security there at Allure, because when we got the submissions of evidence from the commissioner, it seems like one of his prime arguments is going to be crime in the area, that there's been a rise in crime in the area. So he is the head of security, and we were planning on bringing a Metropolitan Police Department police officer that whose beat that is, to also counter that. So all of that is a result of, for one, what Mr. Kelty had submitted in his list of evidence and how he highlighted the issues of crime. Then two, the ABRA report that actually came out and listed the call or incidents that were made to the police department, but they didn't tell you what the incidents were, and they didn't tell you that it was Mr. Zemente's head of security that actually called the police. So this is just.
Sure, I have to object. We're getting into the details of the case.
Hold on, Mr. Kelty. Let him finish. I'm going to give you a chance.
Yeah. So this actually, this new addition to the list of witnesses is a police officer whose beat is in the area of 6C, and then also the head of security, Mr. Dew, who actually is on the phone. He is the head of security for Allure Lounge, so he can speak directly to what those calls were because he made them. So that's the reason why we're requesting that he be added. That's all.
Mr. Kelty, before you resume, I want to ask you a question. Can you tell us why did the ANC protest the renewal of this license? I'm just what's on the paperwork? That's all I'm asking you.
Yeah, on the appropriateness standards, the 3 appropriateness standards, and also on the qualifications of the applicant for licensure. And I'll also just note that we received the ABRA investigators report at the same time the applicant did, and we followed the rules and did not submit additional information because the rules don't say that you can. And I feel it would be prejudicial to accept it since that's not typical. And lastly, I've only done one of these to a full protest before, but we also received the ABRA investigators report after the PIF exhibit was due, and all parties made that work.
Well, we first called ABRA, the ABRA legal department, and asked them, could we submit, how we should submit. Originally, they told us to send an email, and then they told us to submit the amendment. So we did it in the way that they told us to do it.
Can I say something?
Mr. Almente, yes, sir.
Yes, if Mr. Kelty, if this witness that I'm trying to make a piece here. If this person that affects to be here today, I'm gonna let him go. I'm just brought him here for good willing to say, you know, he's been working with me for a longer time. So that's all. If he affecting us, let him go and let's move forward.
All right, so Mr. Almente has spoken, so therefore that's not an issue. So there's no issue.
Yes.
There's no issue with the supplemental, like the supplemental. We're not going to include the witness on the supplemental, and we are not going to include the settlement agreement. So, Mr. Dew, thank you for being here today, sir. You are free to go. All right. Any other preliminary matters that we need to address before we move forward to this hearing? And
just real quickly, let me get some clarification there. You said that the settlement agreement is not to be discussed during this hearing as well. So only the settlement agreement that we've signed and that's in place.
Yes, Mr. Crocker. The settlement agreement remains with the license until or unless the ABC board changes it. So once you sign a settlement agreement, the settlement agreement remains, is irrespective of what happened, unless a motion is filed by the licensee to terminate the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement remains with the establishment.
Okay.
There are no changes to a settlement agreement unless the licensee has filed a motion with this agency, with this board to terminate it.
Okay.
And so the settlement agreement can last 20 years, 30 years, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay.
So with that said, if there is a settlement agreement in place, if there's one settlement agreement that's been approved by the board, and if that settlement agreement is accepted by both parties, do we need to have a hearing?
The only issue that we have on the hearing is that agreement's been in place for 3 years, and we've had no calls and no complaints.
Hold on, Mr. Crocker. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. There's one settlement agreement that was approved by the board, and that settlement agreement remains in place. All right, Mr. Kelty, are you saying that if this settlement agreement is the settlement agreement that there's no need for this protest?
No, that is not what I'm saying at all.
I was just asking. No, I thought there was conversations regarding that the settlement agreement doesn't exist and we're trying to change the settlement agreement. So I was just trying to find out if we all agree that this is a settlement agreement in place, would this dispose of the matter? That's what I was just trying to get some clarification.
That would not dispose of the matter. We have additional issues.
Okay, that's fine. All right, that's fine. Let me ask a question also. As far as the protestants is concerned, would the protestants agree to the renewal of the license. There are two different issues. Renewal of the license with the current settlement agreement and additional, and we can take testimony on additional changes or additional provisions if we need to, or I'm just asking, or because I'm trying to find out that whether or not we need to take testimony on whether or not this license should even be renewed. So if the parties agree that we can then we can renew the license, then we can just shorten the hearing and just have testimony about whether or not are there additional conditions should be placed on the renewal. I'm just asking questions.
So the ANC does not believe that renewal of this license is in the public interest. However, if the board decides that it will renew the license, we have conditions that we request to be imposed upon the licensee by board order.
No, you're contesting the renewal, so we're going through the entire. All right. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. Okay, so the way the hearing is going to go, the board will call its witness. The witness will testify. The witness will testify. Then the board will ask questions of its witness. Once the board has asked questions of its witness, then the licensee will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then once the board has presented its witness, then a licensee will call its witness and to testify. Once the witness has testified, then the licensee, then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions, and vice versa. I'm going to try, as I've told you before, you have 1 hour to do this case. All right. I know that with cross-examination and stuff, I need the parties to spend the majority of their time in direct examinations, not in cross-examination, because a cross-examination doesn't help the board. Direct testimony helps the board. So therefore, I need you to spend the majority of your time in presenting direct testimony. All right. So the process now will occur is that I will ask that the parties will have an opportunity to give opening statements. And so the protestant goes first, the licensees the licensees goes first, and the applicant goes first, and the protestant goes second. And so therefore, Mr. Crocker, you wish to make an opening statement.
Yes, thank you, board, for having us here today. We attempted to enter into a mediation and quickly wanted to start the negotiation from the existing settlement agreement that was signed back in May of 2021. Mr. Kelty, along with Mr. Grossman, came to our mediation meeting with a totally different settlement agreement that had different terms in it.
Mr.
It
Crocker,
had provisions in there.
Mr. Crocker, I'm sorry to interrupt your opening. Clearly, we're at this hearing because the parties are unable to settle this matter. And so therefore, clearly, if settlement discussions were fruitful, we would not have had this hearing. So therefore, I need you to focus on why is it that this agency should renew the license, sir, with or without conditions. I don't care about what happened in the negotiation. I need you to move forward with that, sir.
Okay. So the only reason why we're coming before the board now and our request is we've had a settlement agreement for 3 years. There is a clause in the settlement agreement to where if the protesters have any issues, that they give the applicee a chance to cure those issues. His phone number as well as his email address is listed in that settlement agreement. In the 3 years, he's never received a call. He's never received an email from any of the protestees about any issues that are outlined in the settlement agreement. So when they came forth with this new settlement agreement, and they had no past history to show to where he's violated or not adhered to any of the conditions in the original settlement agreement, then we just push forward with just signing the original settlement agreement and then coming to the board and asking for our additional hours back, which was a condition of May the 21st settlement agreement that he agreed to sign. And then he's adhered to and met all of the requirements of that, has never got any complaints, nor has he had any major violations from the from the Metropolitan Police Department, or any violations or hearings from ABRA. And he also has another establishment over on 16th Street, and he's never had any violations, any hearings from ABRA as well. So to add additional restrictions is what we're pushing back against, because he's acted in good faith and he's adhered to all of the terms that are outlined in the settlement agreement, as well as, putting his phone number on there and asking for a cure notice. So we believe that we shouldn't even be here at this hearing, because any of the issues that they had, they never emailed or they never called Mr. Zemente and gave him his 10 days to cure the problems before coming before ABRA.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty.
We're here protesting the renewal of this Class T license because the establishment does not meet the appropriateness standards set forth in 25313 and 25315, and also because the applicant is not fit for licensure under the standards set forth under 25301A, items 1, 3, 4, and 7. We will show that the applicant has a long history of ABRA violations. The fact that he's not been cited doesn't mean the violations didn't occur. The applicant has violated numerous District of Columbia laws and regulations, including offering hookah, illegally increasing the occupancy of his establishment, failing to placard his establishment for his renewal, and providing incomplete and inaccurate or misleading statements on his renewal application. We also feel that the applicant's personal history is disqualifying, and that is the reason that we're asking for the board to intervene in this matter and either deny the license or, in the alternative, impose conditions upon the license to mitigate adverse impacts on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Prout, can you raise your right hand?
Chairman, can you hear me? I didn't, some reason I don't hear what he said, got disconnected here. Mr. Kelty, can you repeat what you say, please? I didn't really hear you, if you don't mind.
Mr. Amente, what Mr. Kelty basically stated is that he doesn't believe that you're fit to be an owner. So what he's asking the board to do, it's either deny your license, or if we renew your license, that we renew your license with additional conditions. That's what he said in jest, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Amente?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Crocker is your representative, okay? Mr. Crocker speaks for you, sir. If that's not the case, you need to let me know right now, because I will not recognize you. I will recognize Mr. Crocker.
Okay. No, I didn't hear. Okay. My apologies.
So I'm going to moving forward. I will only recognize Mr. Crocker unless you tell me that Mr. Crocker does not represent you and that you want to represent yourself. But outside of that,
in that case,
Mr. Crocker.
Yes.
I'm on your side in this case, sir. Okay, so you can't have it both ways.
Okay.
You have represented that you are his designated representative. Okay.
Yes.
As his designated representative, you're the only one who speaks for the establishment here.
Yes.
When there are procedural matters, you speak. If there is any clarification, you speak. If Mr. Amente wants to speak, he needs to speak through you unless you call him as a witness. If that is not so, both you and Mr. Amente are not going to speak at the same time. One person is going to speak. And for the last time, Mr. Amente, is Mr. Crocker your designated representative to represent you in this hearing, sir?
Yes. My apologies. I didn't hear him. That's what. Yeah, I got it. I get it. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Crocker will speak as the representative, and Mr. Amente will only speak when he is being questioned, if he's called by a witness, as a witness, and he's being cross-examined or direct. If at some point through this hearing, Mr. Amente, you decide that you no longer want Mr. Crocker to represent you, you please alert me, and I will make the change, sir. Okay? Okay, sir? Are we on the same page? You heard me, Mr. Amente?
Yes, he heard you. Yes.
Mr. Amente, did you hear what I say, sir? Mr. Amente?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
hear what I say, yes or no? I need an acknowledgement from you, Mr. Amente. I cannot hear you. Did you hear and acknowledge what I just stated, sir? Mr. Amente, can you unmute your phone and respond to me, sir?
Well, he acknowledged that he's having some technical difficulties hearing.
Then I can't move on. He's the owner. I know you're his representative, okay, sir? But he still needs to be here. So I need to make sure that he can hear us, so he can participate. So whatever technical difficulties he's having, we need to address that before we start the hearing. Because now I'm going to have witnesses. So I need to make sure that he's hearing what is going on, because before he said he couldn't hear. So can we get some clarity? Can you speak to your client, sir, to make sure he can hear? Let me pause for a minute to make sure that Mr. Amente is hearing what is going on today.
Hey, Z, are you there?
You can, Mr. Crocker, put yourself on mute. I don't need to hear what you're talking to him about, sir, off the record.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amente, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Amente? Mr. Amente, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
All right. All right, sir. Thank you. Mr. Proud, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but truth?
Mr. Chairperson.
Can you state your name for the record again, please?
ABRA, Investigator Tavril Prout, TAVRIL PROUT.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration of the District of Columbia.
How long have you worked in the agency, sir?
4 years and 2 months. 3 months. No, 2 months. 2 months.
And what are your duties and responsibility?
I'm tasked with performing a series of regulatory inspections for alcohol serving establishments in the District of Columbia, as well as conducting and performing investigations in lieu of investigations with brother agencies such as Metropolitan Police Department.
Are you familiar with Allure Lounge, sir?
Yes, I am familiar with Allure Lounge. It is the assigned process that was assigned to me by the agency approximately on February 14, 2023.
And did there come a time they wrote a case report for this case, sir?
Yes, a protest report was generated and submitted on February the 28th.
And do you have that case report that you can upload? Yes. I'm sorry, that you can share your screen with us, sir.
Yes, may my rights be elevated so that I can share my screen at this time.
Ms. Ariana, can you please allow Mr. Proud to share his screen? Thank you. And can you identify the document that we're looking at, sir?
The document that is In front of us at this time is the protest report that was drafted on behalf of Allure Lounge located at 711 H Street, Northeast Washington, D.C., case number 22-PRO-00143.
And who are the protestants in this case, sir?
The protestants are the A and C commissioners listed as Mr. Graham Grossman, as well as Mr. Joel Kelty.
Now, did you have an opportunity to interview the protestants in this case, sir?
No. Email were submitted to both Mr. Grossman and Mr. Kelty, and there were no responses to my emails at the time as of the submittal of this report on February the 28th.
So you've never spoken to protestants in this case, then?
No, Mr. Chairperson, I have not spoken to either Mr. Grossman as well as Mr. Kelty.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the licensee in this case?
I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Crocker very briefly, but not at great lengths in reference to what his concerns were, as well as the licensee's concerns. The only underlying concern that was mentioned to me was that he was going to ask the board to dismiss it due to the A and C changing from 6C to 6A. But that's the only information I was able to extract from the licensee's legal representative as of today, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Can you tell us where is this license application, the business located?
The establishment is located at 711 H Street Northeast, in Washington, D.C.
And tell us a little bit about the area that it's located in.
Yes. So the area is a mixed use area. It's located in the NC 16 zone of H Street Northeast neighborhood district. And it's pretty much houses NC 9 to NC-17, and which spans from 2nd Street Northeast to 15th Street Northeast. And that particular area encourages the use of unique destination sub-districts along the corridor, specifically housing district from 2nd Street to 7th Street Northeast, as well as a neighborhood serving retail shopping district from 7th Street to 12th Street Northeast, and an arts entertainment district from 12th Street to 15th Street Northeast. Going back to the establishment, they possess a tavern license, which is classified as a CT license. They have a occupancy load of 69 persons that are able to be permitted in the establishment at any given time, and their current endorsements on their alcohol license are live entertainment, game of skills, as well as a holiday extension endorsement as well.
Are there any other licensed establishment within 400 feet of this establishment?
Yes, sir. So there are approximately 16 establishments that are located. Boards indulgence is 18 establishments that are located within 400 feet of the establishment. I would like the board to note that there is one daycare that is located within 299 feet of the establishment, which is called Loving Daycare. Moving forward, there is approximately 3 Class B establishments which offer off-premise sales of beer and wine only. There is 1 Class A establishment which offers off-premise establishments that sells beer, wine, and spirits off premises. 5 Class CT licenses in which offer on-premise establishments that sell beer, wine, and spirits. There are 6 Class CR establishments that offer on-premise sale of beer, wine, and spirits. Out of those 18 establishments, there are 10 settlement agreements, 6 entertainment endorsements, and 4 sidewalk cafes, as well as 3 summer gardens. And this is the list of alcohol serving establishments within
What are
400 feet.
what are the current approved hours of operation for this establishment in the sense of operation and hours of alcohol sales?
Yes. So the approved hours of operation for the establishment from Sunday through Thursday is from 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock a.m. and on Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. The approved hours of alcohol sales are from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. for Sunday through Thursday, as well as from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Their hours of live entertainment are from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. for Sunday through Thursday, as well as from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
All right. How many times, if any, did ABRA visit this establishment during the time during their monitoring?
The establishment was monitored on 4 different days during the time in which the protest was assigned to me on February the 14th through February the 24th. It was visited on February the 15th from 11:30 p.m. to 3 a.m. on Saturday, February 18th from 12:35 a.m. to 1:35 a.m. with no ABRA violations for both previous dates. On February 19th from 1:05 a.m. to 1:35 a.m. with no ABRA violations. And last but not least, February 24th from 12:30 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. with no ABRA violations notated as well.
What about were you able to receive any incident reports regarding this location?
No, I was not able to ascertain any incident reports due to the lack of information that was provided by the licensee as well as the A and C of what the underlying concerns were. It was hard to have guidance on how the protest would proceed on this afternoon. So I was not made aware to ascertain incident reports as one of the underlying concerns either by the protestant as well as the licensee at this current time.
Well, what about did you request a record search for incidents for this location, and what were you able to find?
So a record search was collected from the Office of Unified Communication on February the 15th, and that request was for all calls for service to be provided from February 15, 2022 through February 15th of 2023. From that, there were 11 calls total. There was 1 report of a threat. There were 2 reports for disorderly unwanted persons. There were 1 assault fight, 1 harassed person report, 4 miscellaneous reports, 1 noise complaint, and 1 disorderly group, in which totals to 11 calls total. And I will give you this.
But you said there are 11 calls total. Of these 11, were you able to ascertain if how many, if any, of these 11 calls were attributable to this specific establishment? Were you able to make that determination?
Yes. So the only one that I was able to attribute to the establishment were the disorderly unwanted persons, as well as the noise complaint and the assault fight.
So how many of the 11? So how many is that were you able to attribute to the establishment? I'm so proud. Mr. Proud.
Sorry, there was a brief internet connection issue that just transpired. I apologize for its indulgence. Can you restate your question, Mr. Chairperson?
Of the 11 incidents, how many of those incidents of the 11, what number can you attribute directly to this establishment?
Approximately 5 total.
Let me go through the exhibits. Can you identify the exhibits that are attached to your report, please?
Yes, sir. So exhibit Number 1 is the protest letter notification that was provided on February 6, 2023, in reference to the status and protest hearing dates, and which listed the protesters for the actual case, as well as Mr. Crocker's information, as well as the licensee's legal representative. Moving forward, the next document is the email that was drafted and submitted to ANC Commissioner Graham, requesting his statement on what the underlying concerns and issues of the neighborhood in reference to the licensee possessing and maintaining his ABRA license, which was drafted on February the 16th, and it was read by Mr. So it was not read by Mr. Graham. Moving forward, however, Mr. Kelty was CC'd on this email as well, so it was emailed to both, and Mr. Kelty did read the email on February the 17th at approximately 8:19 a.m. However,
I just want you to just identify what I don't just identify what the documents are and what numbers they are, please. That's all
moving forward, exhibit number 3 is the same document as well, drafted a email drafted in reference to ascertain the underlying concerns of the ANC on the licensee maintaining and having the ABRA license.
Okay.
Exhibit number 4 is the GIS information, in which ascertains all schools, recreation centers, and public libraries located within 400 feet of the establishment. The only public venue of that nature is the daycare, as listed earlier, which is located at 616 H Street Northeast, approximately 299 feet away from the establishment. Exhibit number 4 is a list of all of the ABRA serving establishments that are located within a 1,200-foot radius of the establishment, in which list 18 alcohol serving establishments total. The next exhibit is the front door and the sidewalk view of the establishment located at 711 8th Street Northeast.
And what number is that? Remember, for the record, I need you to identify what exhibit.
I apologize, Chairperson. That is exhibit number 6. Exhibit number 7 is the interior of the establishment. This is the front area, where it is the lounge area, in which is housed by a series of small tables, as well as sofa chairs for patrons to be able to sit and enjoy the entertainment and food that's offered by the establishment. Exhibit number 8 is the main bar on the ground floor, in which houses a full bar, as well as chairs for patrons to be able to sit at the main bar. This is a second photo of the the ground level floor of the seating area, which spans along the left-hand wall of the establishment as you enter into the establishment.
And that's exhibit 9, right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Exhibit number 10 is on the right-hand side of the establishment. That is the wall that is juxtaposed to the main bar area, in which is a seated area full of high tables for patrons to be able to sit and consume, as well as enjoying the entertainment and food offered by the establishment. Exhibit number 11 is a area. It seems to be a storage area in which houses large games such as Connect Four for patients to be able to use as they may be interested while visiting the establishment. Exhibit number 11 is the DJ booth in which live entertainment is provided from that booth from a disc jockey. Exhibit number 13 is it has been utilized as a either as a VIP lounge area and or just a normal area for patients to be able to seat and enjoy the entertainment that's offered by the establishment. And there's also a large TV over the seated cushions as well. Exhibit number 14. This is a corridor in which leads to the bathrooms on the left-hand side. There are 2 bathrooms, and there seems to be a mop area on the right-hand side, as well as a storage area as well. Exhibit 15 is one of the bathrooms, as stated in the previous slide. Exhibit number 16 is the mop area on the right-hand side, as stated previously from Exhibit 14. Exhibit number 17 is another corridor in which leads to a ice area and the kitchen area. Exhibit number 18 is the kitchen area that is in the rear of the ground level of the establishment. Exhibit number 19 seems to be a storage area in which hookah and hookah related products are stored by the establishment. Exhibit number 20 is the same thing. It's a designated area for hookah and other tobacco related products to be stored by the establishment. Exhibit number 21 is the current ABRA license that was issued on October 7th, 2022, which has the endorsements of entertainment, game of skills, and holiday extension, in which the operation hours, sales, and entertainment are listed. And the expiration date is September 30th, 2025. Exhibit number 22 is the regulatory inspection that was conducted on February 15, 2023 at 11:35 p.m., in which there were no ABRA violations observed. The ABC manager on duty was Ms. Kayla Holiday, and the document was signed by her as well, and she was provided my ABRA business card. Last but not least is the event search summary, which are the calls for service that were provided by Office of the Unified Communication, and which list all of the incidents that occurred between February 15, 2021 to February 15, 2022. And as shown on March 26, 2022, bar was listed for that incident on March 26, 2022 at 03:39 hours. A lower bar was mentioned in that Office of Unified Communication incident, as well as on November the 6th, 2022, the noise complaint is attributed to Allure Lounge as indicated on the document. And that completes my exhibits, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Proud. All right, you can close your screen, please. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for an excellent report, Investigator Prout. Investigator Prout, your report would indicate that you have found any, or did you find any violations of ABRA rules and regulations when your inspections ever at this location?
No, sir. During my inspections with the establishment during this protest period, I did not see any ABRA violations while monitoring the establishment over the time of monitoring that was done over a span of approximately 2 weeks, Mr. Short.
Okay, now, this question, you may know the answer, you may not. Any establishments in the District of Columbia by law are required for the health department to give them a certificate for smoking hookah, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does this establishment have a certificate from the health department?
I'm not aware at this current time, to be completely transparent, Mr. Short.
So did you check?
No, I did not check.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any of the board members? Mr. Crocker, any questions? I can't hear you, Mr. Crocker.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, outstanding. Yeah, just real quickly for the investigator. In the investigation report, back up at Exhibit 3, can you go back to Exhibit 3?
Yes. Exhibit number 3. There you are, sir.
Can you describe to me what this is?
This is an email notification that was drafted and sent to Mr. Graham of the ANC 6C, as well as Mr. Kelty was CC'd on that email as well, requesting their concerns and to provide a formal statement on behalf of the ANC for the corresponding protest.
Okay, is my name listed on this email?
No.
Okay. Mr. Amente, the owner, is he listed on this email?
No.
Okay. Well, earlier in your report, you stated that you had forwarded an email out to me. You have my email address because if you look at exhibit number 1, it lists the emails of myself, Mr. Kelty, and Mr. Grams. And right here in your report, you stated that you also had forwarded an email to me to get feedback from me, and you hadn't received any feedback from me.
Yes. And so that email was failed to be listed in the report, but as of looking over the document previously, your email was misspelled, and which is why you did not receive the email notification when it was sent out on February the 15th.
Can you scroll up a little bit, please?
Mm-hmm.
See in your report?
Mm-hmm.
The ABRA notification, hearing notification.
The email, the ABRA email.
ABRA notification, right before the emails. You're right there. No, come back.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Okay. That email is correct. So what are you referring to as saying incorrect?
That the email that was drafted, the way that it was put into the email, I got an error message, which is why I did not get a response from you.
But even the email that you sent out, if my email address was not listed on there, even if it was listed incorrectly. Exhibit number 3, you show the email that you sent out. So it was not that it was misspelled, it was excluded completely.
No, I can share my screen to show you the email that was drafted to you in which your name was misspelled. Would you like me to?
Well, that right there, that's the correct email address. I don't know how it got misspelled or whatnot, but I just want to bring to the board's attention that we first did not get an email from the investigator regarding the report, our acknowledgement of the report. We didn't get a copy of the report until, like I said, 2 days after the submission of the PIF form. So that's what really drove us to add the security guard.
Do you have a question to ask, sir? I don't need you to testify. Do you have?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do you have a question to ask the investigator, sir?
So will you acknowledge here to the board that I never received an email from you asking for feedback or response with regard to this report?
An email was drafted to you and the effort was actually made. However, your name was misspelled. And as a result of your name being misspelled, there was an error message that was sent back to me stating that the email was not able to be sent when you reached out to me after the report was submitted.
Okay,
that's what I
so
will
this form right
attest to
here
in-
actually does
in
spell
front
my
of you.
name appropriately and it has the proper email. So are you admitting to the board that that mistake was made on your part?
I just stated that the efforts were made to submit an email to you requesting that to get a statement on behalf of you and the licensee on what the underlying concerns were. And as a result of human error, your name was misspelled on that email, in which the email did not properly get to your Gmail account that's listed on exhibit number 1.
Well, just the question is that human error was not on our
Mr.
part.
Crocker, let's move on.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, the witnesses stated that yes, an error was made. It was not sent to you, sir. So let's move on from there. You've made your point. Let's move on, sir.
The only reason why this is a concern is because we didn't get to include witnesses. That was a front matter decision that the board made.
Mr. Crocker, you need to ask a
You
question, sir. Please ask the question, Mr. Crocker. You have already stated that you did not receive it. The record is clear. You did not receive it, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Now, now down to the information you got from the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay. You highlighted a number of incidents that were direct calls to Allure Lounge. And we had planned to testify today to have the police officer as well as the security officer who made the calls to come in and testify to the content of those calls and what those calls were about. Did you get a chance to speak to the head of security or speak to the police officer who responded to these calls? Because it just tells you it's a threat of assault. It doesn't tell you who called, or it doesn't tell you any details about that would be contained in the police report.
No, sir. Mm-mm. There was no reason for me to contact security or contact the officer and to get an understanding, because it goes back to the concerns of what the underlying issues for the protest was never presented to me. And so there was no reason for me to perform that actual task without initial information being provided in reference to why the establishment's license was being protested.
Well, my thing is had I received the email inquiring about this, I would have had the director of security as well as the police officer who's listed to respond to this call. I would have had them respond back to you about the details of it. So that's why I asked, had you done any additional due diligence? Because the board, they were concerned about what the calls were and the content of the calls. And we're just arguing that this is a very limited picture of what had occurred. So we'll move on from there.
So I can reference that the history for the establishment is listed, and I'll be glad to provide that, in which notates that on March 31st, 2019, an increase in interior occupancy transpired, and the case was referred to the OAG for a show cause. A status hearing was actually made, and the board accepted an offer and compromise in the amount of $1,250 on that actual date.
Yep, I got you. Okay, just real quickly, can we go back to the map you had that showed the other establishments with CT licenses? Okay, are all of these establishments in 6C?
So I don't know where the dividing line is between 6C and 6B and 6A, but however, what I can state is that all of these establishments are within a 1,200-foot radius of the establishment.
You put down the list and showed all the establishments that have settlement agreements in place?
Yes.
Right. have you had a chance to look at any of the settlement agreements for the CT establishments that have the same type of license that Allure is seeking here?
I didn't hear your answer, Mr. Pruitt. What was your answer?
No.
Is there another question, Mr. Crocker?
Yeah. No, I just wanted some clarification on that, and also, had you received a call from me?
Yes. I acknowledged earlier in my testimony that we spoke.
Yeah, we spoke on Saturday, but had you before Saturday, had you received calls and messages from me before that?
I received a voicemail.
Okay. Do you remember the date on when you got that voicemail?
Not offhand, no.
Okay. Well, I'm here to testify that I reached out to you.
Crocker, you cannot testify, sir. You need to ask
I'm sorry.
questions.
I'll leave that alone then. Okay. Well, I'd like to just put in the record that
You can't put anything in the record, Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker,
yes.
You are the attorney asking questions of the witness. Ask questions, sir.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kelty. Close your screen, please, Mr. Prout. Any questions, Mr. Kelty?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Inspector Prout. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to talk or meet. I did receive your email. Unfortunately, I'm a volunteer and didn't have a chance to respond to you as I wanted to. That said, I do have some questions for you about your report. The first one is clarifying the email that Mr. Crocker was referencing in Exhibit 3. My understanding is that email was sent well in advance of you writing your report, not after your report was issued. Am I correct there?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, because it sounded like Mr. Crocker was suggesting that email came after the report was issued. My second question relates to your list of incidents. You said that there were 11, 5 of which were attributed to Allure. Would you mind bringing up Exhibit 23 for me?
Mr. Kelty, hold on a minute. Mr. Amente.
Yes.
Can you just turn your screen off, sir? Just turn your screen off. When you're properly dressed, you can come back online, sir. We're on the internet, sir. So I need you to turn your camera off. When you're properly dressed, please rejoin us, sir. Okay? Okay?
I'm sorry. I need to forget where I was.
All right.
I think I was asking you about Exhibit 23.
31 in reference to the list of establishments.
Well, you had that one. What exhibit is that?
This is 23? Yes, this is 23. Yes, I apologize.
So you said that only 5 of the 11 were associated with Allure. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 here, and all of them have the address 711 8th Street on them. I do see that some of them have additional information, but the way I interpret this, all 11 or 12 of these are affiliated with this particular address. Is there a reason why I shouldn't interpret it that way?
So there are times in which just because there is a address associated with a call for service doesn't necessarily mean that that's the establishment. So a car could have been broken into, or a domestic fight could have happened and those patrons never entered into the establishment. However, the nearest address that was closest to what transpired was the 711 8th Street. So and this is just from my experience with doing protests for the agency, just because there is a address associated with a incident does not automatically mean that the establishment had any type of correlation with what transpired in reference to that call for service.
Thank you. I'll move on to the next question. In your photographs, would you mind scrolling to the first of your series of photographs? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number.
No problem.
Yeah, okay, so what exhibit number is this?
This exhibit number is number 6, Mr. Kelsey.
Thank you. In exhibit 6, that's a picture of the front of the bar, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you take this photograph during the protest period?
Yes, sir.
And do you see an ABRA violation in this photograph?
No, they have their window.
Where's their placard, their protest placard?
So their placards. So each placard, there's the placards are based off of when the license is being renewed. And so normally it's 90 days before the establishment gets their license, and sorry, it's normally within a 45-day window, but each establishment in the district may not get their placards at the same time. So I'm not really sure what the time mechanism is in reference to who gets their placard and at what time they get it. But no, during this actual time, placards were not listed. However, normally the protest period for the taverns are in September, October-ish time period, not necessarily at this juncture during the protest period, but I could be wrong.
I am not an attorney and I'm not an expert on the regulations, but my understanding correct in your experience that the placard must be posted during the entire protest period?
No, there are designated dates that are listed on the placards in reference to there's a designated date. There's 2 dates. There is a status hearing date and there's a roll call hearing date and there's a status hearing date. The last date that's listed on the actual placard is when those placards can be taken down. But I'm unsure of when Allure Lounge was placarded and what that last date actually was.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. I see in your report that you visited 4 times.
Yes.
Could you pull up my recollection is it was a Wednesday, Thursday, a Saturday, and a Sunday, maybe? Was that right?
Yes, so I would like for the board to take judicial notice that 2 out of those monitorings were not performed by me, but they were performed by colleagues due to my tour of duty being from Sunday through Thursdays. However, there were other ABRA investigators that were detailed to monitoring the establishment during the construction of my protest report. Boards indulge while I locate the exact area in which the establishment was monitored by ABRA investigators.
I can help you. I think it's on page 6, visits to the premises, section IX. Okay, so a Wednesday at 11:30, a Saturday at 12:35, a Sunday at 1:05, and a Thursday at 12:30. Was the bar open during all those visits? Sorry, go ahead.
So the bar was open on February the 15th. That's when I performed my regulatory inspection on that day. The bar was open on the Saturday of February the 18th, and the bar was open on that Thursday at 12:30 a.m. as well. So yes, the bar was open on 3 out of 4 days in which it was monitored during those times.
If you could take us down to exhibit 7, the interior photos. I'm looking at the photos and I see all the chairs are up. And in none of the photos do I see any patrons. Were these photos taken when the bar was open?
So I waited until the patrons left the establishment because it's customary for us not to take pictures with a lot of patrons. And so I waited until the bar closed before taking those pictures. So the staff were actually cleaning up when I was taking those photos, sir.
Okay. Thanks. I didn't think about the privacy issues for the patrons. That makes sense to me. Moving down in the photos, you had a photo that you described as corridor leads to the ice and kitchen. I think it was exhibit 14. No.
This area, this one.
17. Exhibit 17. Could you just walk me through this picture? If I'm walking down that hallway and I pass under that exit sign, where am I?
You would be in the kitchen area right there.
So if I go to the next photo, exhibit 18, is this photo taken standing inside the door, and that item on the lower right corner is the ice machine I saw in the last photo?
Yes, sir. No, sorry. This is oh yes, and the lower right hand side is the ice machine. On the left hand side is a face bowl of some sort.
The sink. Okay. And if I look at the top of that photo, if you could scroll up a little bit more. So if I go through the exit sign is, so I'm walking through the kitchen to go out. Where do I end up after that? What's beyond that opening?
So this area where the cursor is the storage area for where the pictures of the hookah and the tobacco products are stored.
Can you take us to the next photo, please?
Yes, sir.
That's this area?
Yes, sir.
And so could you describe for me, if I'm in this area and I'm exiting the building in an emergency, do I go to the right of the frame and out a door? Or where's the exit from here?
I believe it's going to be to your left. So on the left, on the opposite side of this storage, this rack here is where the exit door would possibly be. But to be completely transparent, this photo was taken over 2 weeks ago, and I don't go to Allure frequently to be able to really recollect exactly where the exit door is, to be completely transparent.
Understood. Thank you for explaining. While I'm an architect, not everyone can visualize the layout, so it's helpful to have it described. So if I was in Allure, and I believe you noted, well, so if I had, just for clarification, so if I had to leave Allure in an emergency, like a fire, I would either go out the front door to 8th Street, or I would go through the kitchen, through the hookah storage room, and then somehow from there end up in the alley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another question for you. Did you do any preparation in advance of your investigatory visits, like searching for existing board orders or settlement agreements and reviewing those before you went to do your visits?
So I didn't research per se any board orders or settlement agreements. What's customary is that there's conversation that's held with the protestants and the licensee to actually figure out exactly what the issues are, and which provide guidance on how to conduct my investigation. Without that guidance, it's almost like I'm shooting in the breeze and I'm not really sure exactly what I'm shooting for. And so it's one of those things where that's why it's so important for the formal statements to be provided by the licensee and by the protestants, so that ABRA investigators can have an idea of what we are investigating during that protest period.
That is very helpful for me to hear as a commissioner, because I did not understand that that component of why you were reaching out. So thank you for that. I'll assume then that you were unaware of Board Order 2021-115, which prohibits this particular establishment from selling hookah. You're unaware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My next question is regarding the occupancy. And you had two exhibits in here. One was a copy of the ABRA license, which showed an occupancy of 69, I believe it was.
Yes.
69. And then if you scroll down to your investigatory report, you list
my regulatory
your
and my
your
regulatory
handwritten report.
inspection.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, your inspection paperwork.
Okay.
I'm not a
Yes.
pro here. I don't know all the
No
terms.
problem, sir.
I see there you have an occupancy load of 140 listed. How would
Yes.
you explain the discrepancy between the 140 and the 69?
So the certificate of occupancy is provided by now DOB, Department of Buildings, in which, based on the square footage of an establishment, they are provided the number of patrons that are able to be in the establishment at any given time, in reference to safety measures, in which I'm not trained or abreast on what those measures are, but based on square footage, it allows for the number of persons that are able to be in that particular establishment based on square footage. The ABRA license, in which was just noted previously, that is the number that is petitioned by the licensee for the board to be able to provide them with that number. So oftentimes licensees can ask for what's identical on their C of O license or any number that is underneath what the C of O states, but they cannot go over the designated number that's listed on their certificate of occupancy.
Were you aware that the applicant previously had a certificate of occupancy for 69 and in 2022 filed an application with Department of Buildings and obtained and was issued an occupancy permit for 140?
You go.
So I'm sorry, you said no, you were not aware of that?
No, sir.
And then I have just one more question for you. Could you show us the circle related to schools and daycares?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number.
It's okay.
Fast enough. Now, I recognize, at least I believe, this regulation only pertains to nightclubs. But if you scroll down just a little bit, right there, what do you see at the bottom of the screen there? What are those
It
words?
says Ludlow Taylor. However, it's outside of the circle, so it's outside of that 400 square foot radius.
Is your circle taken?
Listed.
Is your circle taken from the center of the property or from the lot line? Or do you just type it into some DC database and it spits it out?
It is typed into GIS, which is a Geo Informational Service. Geospatial informational system, in which, based on a address, is placed into the search bar, and it provides that information. That's the only thing that I could really.
Okay, so you didn't create that circle that something created?
No, under no circumstances, no, sir.
Okay. That's all of my questions. Thank you very much.
No problem, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kelsey.
Any questions by any board members before I dispose of this witness? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pruitt, for your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Crocker, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, I wish to call the owner.
Mr. Amente. Mr. Amente.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't see you, sir. Can you? I hope you are appropriately dressed and pull your camera down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was okay. I'm here.
Can you pull your camera? Can you sit and pull your camera down a little bit further so I can see your face, sir?
Okay, I'm here.
That's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Crocker.
Okay, Mr. Zemente, you just heard the testimony from the ABRA investigator. Did you get a chance to speak to the ABRA investigator directly?
No.
Okay. Have you received any emails from the ABRA investigator? I mean, he highlighted the importance of speaking with the licensee and the applicant regarding input into the report. So have you received any email, any phone calls or any correspondence from the investigator asking you to provide some input?
No.
Okay. One of the things that was presented was issues with the certificate of occupancy. The protestant had highlighted the disparity between the values or the numbers that you had submitted as a part of your ABRA application versus what is it, DC Department of Buildings had okayed for occupancy. So can you educate the board about the history of your certificate of occupancy and occupancy there at Allure Lounge?
Yes, I had to put a sprinkler system to increase the occupancy. That was, I believe that was last year. I put out the permits and everything, and I did my inspection, and yeah, I put out the sprinkler system, system.
Okay, so if you're educating the board about is that the reason why your occupancy was limited was because you didn't have an existing sprinkler system, correct?
Yes. So since the reason why I didn't change my ABRA was, I think from, if I know right, from 0 to 99, as far as the occupancies more than 100, I think I'll be okay from 0 to 99. So that's why I didn't. It's just I don't have those much people, so I just kept it that way. It wasn't. Yeah.
It wasn't inhibiting your business at all. Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you for that. And then one of the issues that the protester had brought up was the issue of your placard missing in the front. He pointed to exhibit, I think, 13 from the investigator slide, and he highlighted that there was already an ABRA violation in that picture. Can you please explain to the board what happened with your placard and why your placard wasn't displayed in that picture?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I think the placard has to be on for 45 days, but I kept it for a long time. I think I took it off a week before. I think I took it off probably like 2 weeks before this hearing.
Okay, so you're testifying to the board right now that
I asked for it. Yeah, I asked it.
That you did display your placard during the entire time upon which you were required to in accordance with the ABRA regulations.
I think ABRA only allow you to post it 45 days. After 45, I think you can't take it off. But I believe I kept it more than 45 days.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other thing is in the investigator's report, he highlighted 11 incidents. Okay. When did you get a copy of the report?
I think it's a Saturday, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at the incidents that he had listed, the 11 incidents that they had listed that were calls, I think they call calls of service to 711 H Street Northeast?
Yeah, most of them we called, especially unwanted person and insulting. We call, we before we engage anything, we call police. So like the investigator said, that because say 7-Eleven, I don't think that anything happening inside or outside. But yeah.
But is the traditional practice of your establishment for your security, if they're out in front and the incident occurs like a broken window or something like that, would they be the ones? Do you think that they initiated some of these calls?
No, my car being broken. My bartender's car being broken a lot of times after we close. So I don't know.
Okay, so would you attribute that to being patrons that were in your establishment?
No,
that came out and now wreaked havoc in the neighborhood?
No, it's not my customers.
Okay,
it's H Street.
Right. Okay. You had spoken to. Do you have a relationship with the police officers that are there in the neighborhood?
So he used not relationship, but he used to do what they call it, detail. He used to do the details, and they work on H Street. So yeah.
Okay. we ideally wanted to bring them in to testify today, but can you talk to the board or tell the board a little bit about your discussions with the police officer as it relates to crime at 711 H Street Northeast?
I mean, if we may, I put out a conversation. I think the commissioner that sent to the mayor how H Street is bad, but we couldn't show the bull. But he, the commissioner knows it's not like nothing happened because of Allure being there. But we all know whoever live in H Street know how H Street look like. But it's not because of Allure. On that, is that okay if I said what I read, what the commissioner said to the mayor? Is that all right? Is that allowed?
Well, not at this phase. Right now, we're just dealing with the ABRA investigators report.
No, it's not nothing to do.
Investigators report
Nothing to do with ABRA. We call the police. When something happen, we call the police for our safety. But yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that your venue is no longer in 6C, ANC 6C, that the boundaries have been redrawn?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. In the investigator's report, he highlights in there that Allure Lounge is located in 6A, but he never made an attempt to reach out to the 6A ANC commissioner.
I don't think he did.
Yeah. Have you made any attempts to reach out to the ANC 6A commissioners?
I tried, but I don't think there is no point that after I heard what he said, what he said about for the previous hearing. So it's not open. But I would like to meet him. Yeah.
Yeah. So as you are aware, the ANC commissioner was successful in getting the board to agree to strike our addendums, which contained emails between the ANC 6A chair and myself and you. But can you talk to your attempts and the reason why you were reaching out to the ANC 6A chair as a result of the change in boundaries?
Yeah, so because we're not a 6C anymore, and I would like to treat it the same as 6As, and yeah, there's no, like I said, there's nothing wrong that I did for the last 3 years. So why would I not to treat with the 6As? That's all.
Okay. I don't have any additional now. Are we bound to just questions regarding the ABRA investigators report?
Mr. Crocker, this is your witness. You're calling your witness, sir. You ask your witness whatever questions you want to ask your witness. This is your witness who's asking us to renew his license. So you ask him whatever questions you want to ask him about why the agency should renew his license, sir.
Okay, thank you. Not a problem. Not a problem. Okay. Well, let me go and prepare for that. Let me go into some additional questions. Okay. Can you talk to the board about the original ABRA, the original settlement agreement that you entered into? It was signed May of 2021.
Mr. Crocker.
Yes.
Mr. Crocker.
Yes.
There's a settlement agreement that was approved by the board.
Yes.
That's a part of his license.
Yes.
You don't need to talk about the settlement agreement, sir. It remains with his license, sir.
Okay.
It's until and unless he files a motion, if the settlement agreements are older than 4 years, and if he files a motion with the agency to terminate the agreement, it remains in place. So I don't want to have, we don't need to talk about the settlement agreement that's with his licensor, because that settlement agreement will remain with his license. So whether or not, so I don't care about it. So I don't want to hear, so let's move on from there, sir.
Okay. Well, when the ANC chair first reached out to you, did they propose or offer you to re-sign the existing settlement agreement?
They proposed me a new one, and I agree with some of. I think most of the things. That the only thing I didn't agree with cutting my hours back. I used to close 3 Friday, Saturdays, and 2 for Monday to Sunday. I mean Monday through Thursdays and Sundays. Then the board decided to cut my hours the last renewal. But this renewal, they want to cut my hours back again. I don't know how far we can go every renewal, but for the last 3 years, I never done anything. It's just nothing. I'm just wondering why this thing is keep coming to me. And I agree a lot of things. I agreed a lot of things, except the hours mostly.
Okay, so it's your testimony to the board that
and I do have hookah exemption.
They didn't offer to keep the existing settlement agreement in place and then just to add some additional terms. They just came in with a totally different settlement agreement.
Yes, it is totally different. I didn't do anything wrong from the previous one. I don't know why it's changes now. They came up with everything that I make money. Honestly, having promoters, it's just there's a lot of like I said, I agreed a lot of things, but there's a couple of things I didn't agree. I tried.
Okay. Well, when we were initially having those negotiations, and you had agreed to maybe 4 or 5 different things that were in the settlement agreement that were new, they were not in the original agreement. Was there something you was asking for in return?
Yes, I agree.
I mean, Mr. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yeah. What was the question? Shit, say it again. I agree.
Sorry, I apologize.
But basically, I agreed for with a new one, on some parts, but I just don't agree cutting back my hours again without nothing, like no sound violation, no nothing. It's just it's for the last 3 years running a bar and no violation from the start of beginning. And COVID, no violation. I have no violation. You're talking about hookah. I have a hookah exemption.
Yes. Okay. One of the issues that Mr. Kelty brought up was saying that you did not have a license for hookah. Can you tell the board what licenses that you do hold and what actions have you taken to work with the DC Department of Health with regard to consumption of tobacco?
So the hookah exemption was.
Can I hold on, man. This agency does not regulate hookah. We do not make any. We do not move. We do not in whatever determinations that we issue. We do not issue determinations whether or not an establishment can sell hookah or not. Secondly, we do not give an establishment a violation because of hookah, because this agency does not regulate hookah. So there's really no need for us to have testimony on hookah. I know that there was a period of time that as part of agreements that this board used to issue determinations on hookah. However, that decision, one of our cases was appealed. And so therefore, this agency no longer includes hookah in the settlement agreement or issue determinations on hookah when we go and do a regulatory inspection. So we don't need to have that discussion here because this board will not make any determination regarding hookah. That is regulated by the Department of Health, not ABRA.
Okay. That's a great lead into my next question then. Were there other items that were listed in the proposed settlement agreement that were regulated under other departments within DC, not ABRA?
Mr. Crocker, I mean, you know, I'm giving you some leeway, but I don't need you to be going into the settlement discussions to say what was agreed to and what weren't agreed to. If you want to, that is going a little bit too deep into the actual settlement negotiations, sir. Clearly, we are here at the hearing today because the parties were unable to settle this matter. What you need to do, sir, is to tell me what is it. If I'd asked at the beginning, if you wanted to say that, okay, I'll agree to, if in your closing, if you want to say this is what my client will agree to, then fine, we will put that as part of an order at the end. But I don't need to go through, clearly, the parties were unable to settle the matter. That's why the board has to make a decision. And as I stated before, there is a settlement agreement. There is a current settlement agreement. When the board, whatever decision, if the board agrees to renew the license, the board will if we agree to renew the license, we're going to say that the current settlement agreement stays in effect. Plus, these are no others. So we don't need to have testimony on what's in the current settlement agreement. So
Okay, no problem, sir. I apologize. Just real quickly, then let me follow up on. Have you, in your current settlement agreement that you have signed right now, you have a cure notice, and in there you're given a specific period of time upon which you are supposed to be notified by anyone, whether it be the ANC or whether it be neighbors or whatnot, that has any issues with anything that's outlined in the settlement agreement, and you put your phone number as well as your email address in there. Have you received any correspondence, whether it be in the form of a phone call and a left message or an email address from Mr. Kelty or Mr. Graham Grossman or any other neighbors in the neighborhood complaining about your violation of any of the provisions in the existing signed settlement agreement?
No, because I'm not violating anything. I mean, honestly, the neighbors should have said something. I'm not. The 6A, the commission of 6A is like 2 miles away. The office is super. I'm not disturbing the neighbors. That's why I don't see any neighbors in here. What I see is ANC, and I don't know if I'm wrong on ABRA. The ANC, the office, or they live 600 feet away. So the ANC don't know what I'm doing here, and I don't see any neighbors. I don't see any neighbors as a witness. Not even one. What I hear is neighbors complain. The last 3 years, if I'm disturbing noise or anything, where are the neighbors at? Not even one single neighbors in here in this hearing. But the ANC keep coming to me. That they don't leave, they out for the street.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input there. With respect to the neighborhood, one of the complaints that Mr. Kelty had made was with regard to the back door and that sound radiating out of the back door are noise complaints. Have you received any noise?
There's no way. I'm saying it again. There's no sound. My sound won't come out. No, there's no way. How I'm gonna prove this? You can't hear. No sound outside. That's no.
Right, but have you received any complaints? He mentioned one time that there was the Metropolitan Police Department was called. So
I checked the date, Sunday. I'm closed Sundays. I checked the date. It's a Sunday. I don't open Sundays. Why not? Why they didn't call ABRA? Why police came? I don't open Sundays. I have a right to, but that day I don't open Sundays.
Okay, so that being documented as a noise complaint, apparently
they say police came at 711 H Street, but no, I don't open that day.
Okay. Also in the protestant's list of evidence, he had presented or had some pictures in there of some flyers that you had posted on the internet.
That's like that happens. The one, yes, the bartender did wrong and she got fired because of that. That was back then, 2019. I don't think it's nothing after. I think we have to look at only after, for the last 2-3 years after the new renewal. But that was, yeah, that happened. But she's no longer there working. Some people do mistakes, and yeah, but it's not really. I don't know. No, it's not.
That
He
was
has a
prior
right
to
to post it, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was prior to 2021.
That was 2019.
That's
The picture he
2019.
posted is 2019.
Yes. So it was prior to the existing settlement agreement you have in place, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen. I wanted to put up some exhibits.
And all right, Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Crocker to share his screen, please?
Has been elevated.
Gosh, I don't know how to work WebEx. Hold on one second. Okay. Can you see my screen? Can you guys see?
Yes, now I can.
Mr. Zamete, can you see?
Mr. Amentek, are you there, sir? Mr. Amente, is everyone hearing me, or is everyone hearing me? Mr. Amente. Mr. Amente.
Z, are you there? Z.
Mr. Amente. Mr. Amente.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Crocker, I can hear you. I cannot hear Mr. Amente. Mr. Amente.
I can hear you. Hello?
Yeah, sorry about that. Apologies. I know we had some issues with the display. Just
We
real
don't have
quickly.
any issues with the display, sir. I can see you're sharing your screen. I can see it. Can your client see it?
Okay. Can you describe what you see in the picture there? What is that?
Mr. Amente, what is going on with your system, sir? Can you hear? Mr. Amente, all right, we're gonna go off the record. It's 3:57. I apologize to do this at this juncture. All right. So we're gonna go off the record.
Yes. Can you see the screen, Mr. Z?
We're back on the record.
I can't hear you. Hello?
Mr. Amente, I can hear you. What is going on with your system, sir? Are you in a stable? What's going on with you? What's going on, sir?
Let me move 1 second.
Can you see, Mr. Mente?
Mr. Amente.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. My problem. Let me move on to the next subject, okay?
I cannot see you, Mr. Crocker, and is Mr. Amente hearing what's being said?
I believe he is. Are you there, Mr. Mente? Hold on one second. Are you there, Mr. Mente? Hello? Can you hear me?
Mr. Amente clearly is walking. So, Mr. Amente, all right.
Hello?
Mr. Amente, I need you to sit down. I need you
Yeah,
to.
I'm trying to find a way. I think my apartment. I'm trying to.
All right, you can stay
clearly.
where you are, Mr. Mente. I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Sorry about that.
Ask your question, Mr. Crocker.
Okay.
You're asking him to identify something. You were sharing your screen and you were asking him to identify something. So
Yes. This here is a clip from a website regarding the change in the ANCs and single member districts in the district update. Mr. Amente, in looking at the map on the bottom and where 8th Street and 7th Street cross, where is Allure Lounge located? What ANC district?
Say it again. You're breaking up.
I said, in looking at the map that I'm displaying right now on the screen, which shows the new boundaries for the ANC and the SMCs, in which district is Allure Lounge located? Which ANC is Allure Lounge located in now with the redrawn districts?
6A.
Okay. And you're no longer located in 6C. Okay. I want to enter that into evidence.
what are you trying to put into evidence, sir?
Oh, just that the new boundaries that show that we're no longer located in 6C. So Mr. Kelty 6C. So we have an issue with even their standing there because if you look on the web,
Mr. Crocker, at the protest hearing status, I said to you, if you want to challenge standing, you need to file a motion. You have not filed one. Are you raising a standing issue, sir?
Yes.
And so if you're raising a standing issue in examining your witness. So you're, how am I supposed to know you're raising a standing issue? You didn't.
That's exactly what I'm doing in my examination of the witnesses. The witness is testifying that he's no longer in 6C, that he's located in 6A now.
Right. And I asked you at the protest hearing status to file a formal motion if you were challenging standing. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, but I saw that as a legal document and something that an attorney would do for a representative versus me.
And so you did not file one. You're questioning standing and you didn't file one. So you're still raising this as an issue today. Is that correct?
Yes, I thought the appropriate way to deal with it, because we were going to a hearing, is not necessarily to file a motion. You know, had we been able to settle things and come to some agreement with the ANC, we wouldn't be having this hearing today. But I didn't know until the last minute that we were going to have a hearing and that we couldn't come to some agreement.
Mr. Crocker, I had a
Yes,
protest hearing status hearing that you were there.
Yes.
You raised a standing issue, and I read the transcript before this hearing.
Yes.
And you tried to argue, and I said to you that the board was not going to entertain an oral motion on standing, that you need to formally file a motion on standing. Right? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you did not file that motion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. What I'm pulling up here is the current agreement that's in place right now. Mrs. Amente, okay,
Yeah.
this is the current settlement agreement that's in place that we have right now. What part of this agreement are you not willing to, or do you have issues with?
Hold on. Is this a current settlement agreement?
Yes, it is.
And did Mr. Amente file, as part of his renewal, did he ask the agency to terminate his settlement agreement?
That's 4 years, and I think we're within 3 years. So
I said to you, did he file, as part of his renewal, did he ask the agency, did he file notice to the agency asking the agency to terminate the settlement agreement? Yes
No.
or no? We're not entertaining this in the hearing, sir. We're not entertaining this. Let's move on. We are not going through the current settlement agreement and what it is that he likes or does not like. He has not, as part of his renewal, asked the agency to terminate his settlement agreement. So therefore, the settlement agreement remains in place. And whatever decision that the board makes today, the board will not touch the settlement agreement. So please, let's move on from there, sir.
okay, but the only thing that I'm just
There is
making the
nothing,
point is-
sir. Mr. Crocker, I specifically informed you, sir, if the agency agrees, if the board agrees to renew this license, the current settlement agreement will stay in effect. Okay? There's no request to terminate the settlement agreement.
No,
So
I'm not.
the board is not going to address the terms of a settlement agreement. The only thing that the board will do, if the board decides to renew the license, we will renew the license with the current settlement agreement in place, or the board, if the board decides to renew the license, and based on what's presented today, the board might add additional conditions to the license, but the board will not touch what's in the settlement agreement, because as part of the renewal, the licensee did not request that we terminate the agreement, sir. So I don't need to have any testimony on the current settlement agreement and what your client agrees to or does not agree to, sir. Okay, let's move on.
All right. Just one final point.
There's
here,
nothing else on the settlement agreement, sir. Let's move on. We are not discussing the settlement agreement today. Let's move on to another area topic.
Okay. Well, let me ask this then, Mrs. Amente. You're coming to the board today, and what is it that you're asking for the board to do?
So I'm asking that I did everything, I would say most everything right. Following the settlement that the board ordered the last 3 years, and I don't mind keeping it, but I don't want to add other restriction that they came with that is going to affect me, because most of them that the new settlement has is nothing to do with my ABRA license or anything. So I don't want to sign those things. That's all. There's five things. It wasn't really hard, me and Andy, to come up with really solid argument and just keep doing it. We shouldn't be here today, but it's just I don't want to sign everything that nothing to do with ABRA, nothing to do with my license. I don't want to join everything they say with ABRA. I don't want to cut my hours too.
Right. So the only issue
So
that you have in here is the hours. So you're asking the board to relieve you of the restrictions that's been placed on your
Mr. Crocker, how many times can I repeat this, sir? The board is not going to revisit the settlement agreement because this is not an issue.
yeah,
Mr. Crocker, it only becomes an issue if, as part of the renewal, he had asked the board to terminate the settlement agreement. So the board will not address the settlement agreement. Now, if there are additional issues, if what's presented today, if the protestants present initial, if the protestants present information for the board to revisit the hours, then the board will revisit it. However, the board is not going to touch the settlement agreement. This settlement agreement remains with this license until and unless the board decides to make changes to it.
so can I finish with this?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I just don't want to. I can't lose another hours again that I didn't do nothing. I didn't do it's just I would like to board know so I didn't do anything wrong, and I can't lose another hours again without no evidence. I'm fine what I have. Fine with what I have, and I will continue the same thing I'm doing, but just I can't lose another hours without no evidence, without nothing. I think that's yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll end the examination there. And did you have anything else to say that you want to finish up, Mr. Samantha, that you want to present to the board?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished, Chairman Anderson.
Close your screen, please. Thank you. Stop sharing your screen, sir. Mr. Kelty, any questions for the licensee?
Chairperson Anderson, I'm a little confused at where we are in this whole proceeding. I have no questions.
Sir, you're cross-examining him based on his testimony. Do you have any questions you want to ask him based on the testimony that he just gave, sir?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members of the licensee based on the any questions of the licensee? Hearing none. Thank you. Mr. Crocker, do you have another witness you wish to call?
No.
Do you rest your case, sir?
Yes, I rest my case.
Thank you. All right, it's 4:11. We're going to take a break. This time we'll come back on we'll reconvene at 4:30. I don't need anyone to sign off. Just mute your volume and mute your video, and we'll come back on the record at 4:30. Okay. All right, we're back in the record. I don't see Mr. Crocker. I see Mr. Amenta because he never left. Is Mr. Crocker there? Still here? Mr. Crocker, are you here?
Chairman, I have a brief question.
Mr. Crocker is not here, so let me wait for Mr. Crocker to come back. Mr. Amenta, can you call Mr. Crocker to see where he is, please?
Okay, let me call him. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's just I have a witness that needs to leave at 4:40.
As soon as Mr. Crocker comes on, then it's you're going to present, sir. He just has to be online.
He's not answering.
Where's Mr. Crocker?
I just called him. He's not answering.
Well, Mr. Amenta, he is your representative. Do you want to move forward without him, or do you want to wait for him?
Is that possible? If I don't know what is left.
Mr. Amenta, he is your representative. I take it. Do you want me to wait for him, or
yes,
do you
please.
want to move forward?
just 2 3 minutes, if it's possible.
All right. So can you continue calling him, sir, to find out where he is?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kelsey, but I can't until he gets back online.
I understand.
If I'd realized, I would not have. I know we had to take a break, but I probably could have delayed. But I'm sorry.
No,
I try to take a break every 2 hours, and we went for a while before we were able to take a break. So
I was ready for a break too.
all right, okay. I don't feel bad then. All right.
I'm 52. I can't sit that long.
You are a young man, Mr. Kelsey. You're a young man, so I'll say that, okay? Were you able to locate him, Mr. Amante?
I called. I text. I don't know.
Chairman,
What?
my
Yes.
first witness is actually not elevated. His name is Jordan Baugh. It might save a little time if we could elevate him.
Yeah, he's now elevated. I see his name on the yes. What is it you want us to do, Ms. We took a break. I told everyone that we were going to reconvene at 4:30. It's 4:36.
Okay.
I'll wait till 4:40. I mean, I don't necessarily want to move forward without him, but I told everyone, so can you continue calling him to find out what's going on? Because this is
Yes.
almost 10 minutes past the break that we all agreed to.
I'll keep calling, sir. Thank you. I think he's here now.
I don't see him. He wasn't supposed to have left the line. He wasn't supposed to have signed off. All I asked.
Oh, he
folks to
signed
do-
off. I
I'm sorry.
Did he say? I just talked to him. He said I think he was in the bathroom. So
I don't see him. I'm saying the parties were not supposed to sign off. All the parties were supposed to do is to mute their microphone and turn their video off. I see, unfortunately, you, Mr. Amente. I mean, Mr. Amente, now I can't see you, but during
you
the
can.
entire
I'm here.
No, I said I cannot see you, but I'm saying during the entire break, I saw you. When I specifically told you to stop your video, you did not stop your video. So I saw you the entire break. Now I want to see you, and I'm not seeing you.
I'm here. No,
I'm not seeing you, Mr. Amente.
because the video is on red on X on it. I'm clicking it. I see myself.
Mr. Amente, during the entire break, I saw you.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
I
here.
can see you now.
Yeah, I clicked it. Okay.
Mr. Crocker, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Mr. Crocker, everyone was here at 4:30, sir, with the exception of you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Kelty. You have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, board. I have two witnesses. I will try to be very brief because I know this is going on a long time. I do have a list of exhibits that I will read into the record if the board wishes, and then I have a brief statement. My first witness is Jordan Hall.
Mr. Is that Mr. Okay, Mr. Baugh. Can you raise your right hand, please? Unmute your phone, please. Unmute your phone, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Kelty.
Mr. Baugh, do you live in where do you live? Just give me the block name and block number.
The 700 block of 7th Street Northeast.
And is that in ANC 6C or ANC 6A?
It is in ANC 6C. When the redistricting lines were drawn, they went straight down the middle of my street.
Who is your commissioner?
You are.
And have you been at all impacted by the operations at Allure Lounge, 711 H Street?
I have. We have heard noise emanating from the establishment on a number of occasions. I can hear amplified music while I'm sitting in my bedroom, which faces 7th Street. I heard it on a number of occasions. On at least one occasion, I went out to investigate where the noise was coming from because I wasn't sure if it was coming from a car or coming from an establishment. And I walked into the alley, which is kind of kitty corner across from my house, and could hear it get louder and louder the closer I got to Allure. And when I was back behind Allure, I could hear the music emanating from Allure.
I know you need to go, so I'm just going to cut you off. That's all I needed to know.
Yep.
Last question. Have you ever filed a noise complaint with ABRA?
Yes, that day we called the ABRA after hours hotline to file a noise complaint to alert them that we could hear noise audibly coming from Allure in our house.
Thank you, Mr. Baugh. That's all I have for the witness.
Mr. Crocker, do you have any questions of Mr. Baugh?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. So go ahead, sir.
Okay. The only question I had was, were you aware in the settlement agreement that it has a cure notice in there to where you're supposed to contact the applicant before you reached out to ABRA?
I'm not personally a party to the settlement agreement, and I don't have Mr. Z's contact information.
Okay. Well, it's in. You said you're in 6C, correct?
Yes, but not every member of person. My understanding is that when there's a complaint to be made, the appropriate thing to do is to call the ABRA hotline per ABRA's procedures, and I am not personally a party to the settlement agreement. I did not personally sign the settlement agreement.
Okay.
And so I was not aware of all of the stipulations of that settlement agreement that I'm not personally a party to.
Okay. Well, actually, this testimony to ABRA, though, is against that settlement agreement because he...
Mr. Crocker, do you have a question to ask, sir?
Yeah. Can you be more specific about when you said you heard loud noise emanating from?
I heard amplified music. It was late fall last year. I don't have the exact date in front of me.
Okay. So is that the only time you've heard or had a complaint?
No. In fact, I heard the same type of music coming last night when I was sitting in my bed. I didn't walk out to investigate because it was at about 12:30 at night, and there had been an armed carjacking 2 nights ago, and I frankly don't want to walk outside into the alley at night right now.
Okay. Do you have any other complaints outside of just hearing noise and sounds?
Certainly had a lot of issues with drunk and disorderly patrons around the time that Allure closes. For sure, we hear them a lot and have called MPD on a number of occasions.
Okay. So are any of those calls that have you been for the whole hearing, and did you get a chance to see the ABRA inspector's call record? Were any of those calls from you?
I didn't. I would need to look at my my phone records and compare notes, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, but you are testifying that you did call back in last fall, that you called the ABRA hotline, or you called the MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department?
That is what I testified.
So you called the ABRA hotline?
That is what I testified.
You have another question, Mr. Crocker?
All right, no other questions, sir.
Any questions of this witness by the board members?
Can I ask a question? No.
Who's that? Mr. Mente, you need to talk to Mr. Crocker.
Okay. Can you hold the witness and talk to my representative, please?
Yeah. Can
you hold the witness?
Just text me your question.
Just text him. I'm sorry, Mr. Baugh. I know that you have
I have to pick up my child from school, and I do need to leave.
Would you?
So I don't have time for them to confer on questions, I'm afraid.
Mr. Baugh, I'm sorry. I appreciate that, sir, but you can't leave until he asks you the question, sir. I apologize. If you leave, then your entire testimony, I would have to strike from the record.
Well, okay.
Sir, I appreciate the fact that you have to pick up your child, and I know that, sir, and I know that your child is not going to understand when you tell him or her that you're in a hearing, or the daycare is not going to understand. I understand that, sir, but I'm just saying to you, if you leave now before we're done,
I'm here. I'm here, Chairman.
Yeah, so I apologize. I just want to say procedurally, I have to do that, sir. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Crocker,
I'll just call to the board's attention that we heard extensive testimony just now from a witness who's not on the witness list, Mr. Amante. We wouldn't be in this position had we not heard testimony from a witness that wasn't on the witness list.
Mr. Kelsey, you didn't raise that. You did not raise that you did not raise that. However, I would have allowed him to testify anyway because it's not a surprise that he would have testified, sir.
Sorry, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that I've inconvenienced my witness.
Mr. Crocker, do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I do have a question. Your witness just stated that he said he heard loud music yesterday. He said after 12:30. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, the establishment closed yesterday at 12 o'clock. They had karaoke evening. Yesterday was Monday night, and they have karaoke. So he was closed at 12 o'clock. So you sure it's 12:30?
It was around 12:30. It was that time frame.
Okay. Did you make a call? Or you just testifying?
I did not, because as I stated, I wasn't able to go out and investigate where it was actually coming from.
Okay. So you said you heard it about 12:30. He's stating that he closed. You don't know if it originated from from Allure Lounge. So we just asked that that not be attributed to Allure Lounge because his testimony cannot.
Mr. Crocker, if you have a question, ask a question.
Just ask a question.
Okay.
Do you have
no
another
problem.
question, sir? Do you have
Yep,
another
then-
question?
Yeah, and then the other question is he mentioned something about drug use or something like that. Was you inferring?
I didn't hear that, Mr. Crocker. If you're asking a question, ask a question. Don't say what you think you thought you heard, sir. Ask a question that's not based on that. What you're asking is not based on any question. It's not based on direct, sir. So I'm going to intercede myself. So do you have a question that was asked that was based on his direct testimony, sir?
Okay, I apologize. It just I didn't understand why he brought that up. Okay. All right. No,
Any
we
other
don't have
questions, sir?
No, we don't have any other questions. Let's go.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Baugh, thank you very much for your testimony. Please apologize to let your daughter or son know that the board apologizes for the fact that you were late, sir.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
your
Chairman.
testimony.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We have another witness, Mr. Kelsey.
Yes, I'd like to call Mike Velazquez.
Mr. Velasquez, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Velazquez, are you the commissioner for ANC 6A?
I am. Excuse me, 6A02.
6A02, and are you the commissioner for the area in which Allure has been redistricted?
I am the commissioner as of January when redistricting went into effect. I am the commissioner for the area in which Allure is located. Yes.
And do you support the protest of this application on your behalf by ANC 6C?
Based on the concerns of the constituents that I represent, I am supportive of this protest.
Thank you. And my understanding is that you've had some discussions with the police department regarding crime in the 700 block 8th Street. Could you very quickly describe those conversations?
Yes, there was the conversations arose from a murder that happened on the 1200 block of 8th Street Northeast. And so I spoke with Commander Tasha Bryant, who is the commander of the 1st District, asking her to move a camera from the corner of 7th and 8th Street Northeast to in front of the auto zone where the murder was. And she was unable, her and Captain Williams, who manages PSA 104, which encompasses both Allure Lounge and the parking lot where the homicide happened. Both of them expressed many times that they were unable to honor my request. And when I asked them for additional information, they said they were concerned about the crime at night on the 700 block of 8th Street, and that the camera at the corner of 7th and 8th provides video surveillance, and they needed to keep it there because of their concerns, and they would not elaborate anymore about their specific concerns or investigative nature of that camera.
Was that also what you heard from, I believe it was Lieutenant Ali?
Yes, so in a meeting that I attended with neighbors and officials both from ABRA and the council member's office, where folks on the 7th Street between G and H were expressing their concerns about violence in the area. Lieutenant Lally made a presentation and said that he knew of crime and disturbances related to the establishments on the 700 block of 8th Street. So he shared that I heard that directly from him, and he shared that with the group. Lieutenant Alali is in charge of the special mission unit for the 1st District of MPD. And he expressed concerns to me about those establishments.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Velasquez. Mr. Crocker, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mike, just real quickly, you mentioned the murder that happened in the 1200 block of 8th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's located in your ANC that you're the chairman for, the commissioner for?
Yes, sir.
All right. I had an opportunity to look at like 15 different settlement agreements that you signed or 6A signed. Do you have any provisions in your settlement agreements regarding things like having cameras by the establishments out front or in the rear?
I know that there are settlement agreements related to, I know there are provisions in the settlement agreement related to video surveillance, but I don't recall whether they're inside or outside or both.
Okay, well, I can recall I've reviewed every one of them, and you don't have anything
Mr.
of the sort.
Crocker, can you ask a question, sir,
yeah,
and not testify, sir?
Well, you expressed a lot of concern about trying to have the police move their camera from 7th Street down to 12th Street. And, the settlement agreements are settlement agreements you review and you sign. And the question was, did you make any attempt to have establishments install cameras if you're concerned about 12th Street?
So the area in consideration is not an establishment, does not have a liquor license. It is a private establishment not related to hospitality industry, and so that wouldn't apply.
Yeah, but you were looking to increase surveillance of the block, right?
No, I was looking to increase surveillance of a specific parking lot where the murder happened. And the parking
Okay.
lot is owned by an establishment that does not engage in the hospitality industry.
All right. Are you familiar with Bronze, DC?
I am.
And the address of Bronze, DC is 1245 8th Street Northeast, correct?
Sure, close enough.
Okay. That agreement was just passed in September of 2022, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you include any provisions in that agreement, if that was the block you were so concerned about, that was different than settlement agreements you have throughout the rest of 6A?
I have not specifically compared every single settlement agreement that I have that has been signed since I've been involved in the ABL or elected as a commissioner in 6A02.
Okay. Myself and the owner reached out to you to attempt to attend one of your 6A meetings with the monthly meetings that you actually have. Can you testify to the board what your response was and why you didn't agree to that?
I did not disagree to that. I forwarded it to our ABL chair, Ms. Sullivan, for her consideration. According to our SOP and our bylaws, 6A uses the committee process, and so I forwarded it to Ms. Sullivan for her consideration as the chair of the ABL before appearing before the agenda on the full ANC 6A.
Okay. Did she respond back to our request?
I'm not aware if she did or not.
When did you forward that to Mrs.? You're testifying today that you forwarded the request for us to attend your 6A meeting. When did you forward that?
I don't remember exactly. And to be clear, the email you forwarded me was on representing two different establishments, this one and another.
Yes, both of them are now located in 6A. So the email I sent you was to request that you include Vision Lounge, and then you also include Allure Lounge on your next scheduled full body meeting, which is my understanding you have that every month, correct?
The ANC has a meeting every month, correct?
All right. Okay. Well, one noticeable thing is that you are appearing as a witness for 6C.
Why is that relevant, Mr. Crocker? Why are we asking that question? He's a witness, so.
That wasn't a question, by the way, Mr. Chairman. That was a statement.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Are you appearing as a witness for ANC 6C?
I'm appearing as a witness representing my constituents. ANC 6C is a party to this, and they've asked me to appear to speak on behalf of my constituents.
But I guess the meat of your testimony was your concerns are based upon your discussion with a police officer or someone, a detective or something like that in the area, correct?
What I also testified was that my concerns were based on what I've heard from the residents that I represent, and they were corroborated by DC officials on the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. Well, what have you heard from the residents that you represent about?
I've heard about crime, noise, disorderly conduct, shootings, etc.
Crime, noise, disorderly conduct, shootings. Okay,
yeah,
and you said
in the neighborhood.
And you're saying that the individuals you represent, they've said that that's coming from Allure Lounge.
They don't have any knowledge of whether or not it comes from Allure Lounge, but there's disorderly conduct based on there's disorderly conduct that they've noticed based on people leaving establishments along the 700 block of 8th Street, including Allure Lounge. Yes.
Okay. So you represent 6A, which is the entertainment district, and they're not complaining about people coming from your district?
I represent the district that Allure Lounge is in. And if you look at the comprehensive master plan, actually the Arts and Entertainment District starts at 11th Street and goes to 15th Street. And it doesn't actually include the area that Allure Lounge is in. So please be specific.
Okay. Well, what I mean by that is there's probably at least 2 to 3 times the number of establishments with CT licenses that are located 11th Street and beyond. Would you agree to that?
More or less, sure.
Okay. So you're saying that your constituents are the people that you represent that live down there on 11th Street, there where there's at least 2 to 3 times more taverns and lounges that are located in that area. They're complaining about people from 7th Street?
No, I'm talking about the people along 7th Street and 8th Street that I represent.
But I mean, you
7th
just
Street
recently
and
started
8th
representing
Street.
them when they redrew the lines, right? That was just back in January, right?
Yes. And that exactly goes to the heart of this concern. If they're already speaking to me immediately when I'm elected, then they have some very serious concerns that need to be considered.
Well, Mr. Kelty has no neighbors here as a part of this hearing, so ideally they
He
should.
did actually. Mr. Ball lives along 7th Street, if I recall correctly. He testified to his location along 7th Street. Along with Commissioner Kelty, I also represent a part of 7th Street. So the way DC divides it, it's unfortunately down the center of the street rather than the alley. So Mr. Kelty has one side of 7th Street and I have the other. We've both heard from neighbors on both sides of the street.
That's not true. That's not true. 7th Street is a new dividing line. So.
That is true, sir. Please look at the map. Maybe Mr. Kelty can enter it into evidence, or I can show it right now if you'd like me to.
Well, it is evidence. As a matter of fact, if you've been here for the full hearing, you didn't see what we presented.
Mr. Crocker, this is not a colloquy between you and the witness. Please answer. Just please ask the question, sir.
Okay, 1 second. I want to put up an exhibit. Okay.
Well, Mr. Crocker, I can't see you, so I'm not sure. You said you want to put up an exhibit, so therefore I'm not going to see the exhibit because I can't even see you on my screen.
Yes, you will. I'm just going to share. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. And be able to see the exhibit.
Crocker, I just said I cannot see you. So if I cannot see you, I will not be able to see an exhibit that I will not be able to see your screen because I cannot physically see you. I have not seen you since we resumed this hearing, sir, but I have not said anything.
My apologies. Can you see me now?
No, sir.
Can you see me now? How's that?
No.
How about that?
No, sir.
How about that?
I can see you now, sir.
Thank you. I really do apologize. Let me just quickly, I want to show an exhibit here that I showed earlier, but apparently Mike wasn't on the phone earlier. So let me pull it back up again real quick.
Mr. Oriana, please allow Mr. Crocker to share his screen, please.
Access has been elevated.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see this?
What's the question? Yes, we can see the map, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that you represent one half of 7th Street, and then that Mr. Kelty represents another half of 7th Street, right?
That was what I said, yes.
Okay. Now that I'm pulling up this map, does this kind of refresh your memory?
Yes, I'd like to revise my remarks. I represent one half of 7th Street from G Street to K Street's northeast. Mr. Kelty represents the other half of 7th Street from G Street to 8th Street northeast. The commissioner from 6001 represents the other half of 7th Street from 8th Street to K Street northeast. I hope that clarifies the point you were trying to make, sir.
Right. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that for 7th Street, 7th and 8th Street, then you're the only person who's a representative for that.
That's incorrect. If you look at this map at the corner of 7th H, there are 3 commissioners that represent the corner of 7th and H, 6C01, 6A02, and 6C05. I represent the eastern half starting down the center of 7th Street, the eastern half of 7th Street from G Street to K Street northeast, sir.
Right. Yeah, and his location is between 7th and 8th.
Right, which
So
is in my
anything
district.
beyond 7th Street is in your ANC.
Yes,
Okay,
from
that's
7th Street down to 13th Street along H.
right. Okay, let me ask you this. During the period upon which Mr. Zemente, the owner, had displayed the placard, is there any reason why 6A didn't file a complaint or protest?
At the time that the application was received and properly noticed, the establishment was in 6C. 6C was the 6C had jurisdiction at the time, and so we let 6C handle that based on their jurisdiction.
Okay, I mean, but the decision to change the boundaries or the updates to the boundaries was made available to all DC.
Mr. I don't know why we're going down this.
In June of 2022. So was you aware that these two establishments, well, I'll say just one, that Allure Lounge was going to be located in your ANC as a result of this change? Was you aware of that before September when he actually submitted the because it happened back in June of 2022?
Sir, I was not the ANC commissioner in June of 2022. I was the ANC commissioner as of the time I was swearing in January.
Okay. So did you and the prior, I think his name was Steve, did you and the prior ANC commissioner talk at all about the inclusion of these establishments now in 6A?
I didn't talk to people in general. I didn't talk to a gentleman named Steve about whether or not this establishment was in 6A, no.
Okay. Now, just for the sake of just clarification here, you said a number of your constituents. Can you give me roughly, are we talking about a whole lot of constituents, like 17 to 20 people? Or are we talking about like one or two? Like one guy came in and said he heard something last fall that was loud. It came from Allure. And then he said he heard something last night. So we're just trying to get
At least half of the residents that live in my district on 7th Street between G and H, and at least half of the residents that live on 8th Street between G and H are concerned about have expressed to me concerns about the establishments that you represent along the 700 block of H Street, allegedly represent. When I asked you earlier when you tried to contact me, you didn't give me any indication that you were the lawful legal representative, and you tried many times to contact me. So yes, people have expressed that concern.
I mean, you're the ANC chair. Is there restrictions on?
No, I'm not the ANC chair. I'm the single member district.
You're the ANC commissioner, correct? For 6A.
Yes, sir.
So is there restrictions on who can call you and ask to attend your meetings? I mean, I don't understand.
No,
what
you
your
didn't
point
have to
by
attend my
saying.
meeting. There is no restriction on who can attend publicly noticed meetings, sir.
Right.
Mr. Crockett, where are we going with this line of questioning, sir? Can we move on?
No, the only thing I was doing there was we had reached out to him and requested that we be welcomed into 6A. Give the owner an opportunity to come in, introduce himself, talk about his establishment, welcome all the neighbors and stuff like that.
Mr. Crocker, you're testifying, sir. Just ask a question, sir. Ask a question and move on, sir. I don't need any testimony. Ask the question and move on, sir.
Okay, apologies, Dan. I apologize. Well, okay. You said half of the residents in 7. This was talked about at board meetings, or was this talked about via email?
These are people who reached out to me via email and asked for a meeting with me.
Okay, and these are people you met with that wanted to voice concerns about Allure Lounge specifically.
They mentioned Allure Lounge specifically, yes.
And what actions did you take as a result of those requests?
As a result of those requests, I reached out to Councilmember Allen. I continued a conversation with Lieutenant Alali, and I reached out to Commissioner Kelty regarding that, since I know he had represented them before, and I was told that there was a protest, and so I reached out to Commissioner Kelty about the status of the application for a renewal license and the status of the protest.
Okay, so you're testifying today that you were the one that reached out to Mr. Kelty first, not the other way around.
I don't recall who reached out first, sir, but I know I definitely reached out to him. As Mr. Kelsey has made clear, and I will also make clear, I'm an unpaid volunteer for this job, and so that this is after being a full-time federal employee and a father and a husband. I'm also the ANC commissioner, and I do my best to remember everything I can and help my constituents.
Okay, I mean, it's just important for us to establish.
Mr. Crocker, can you move on, sir? I mean, I've gotten the point. What are you trying to prove? Can you just move on, sir?
Okay. Okay. The only thing I'm trying to prove is
you have Mr. Crocker.
You asked me what am I trying to prove?
Mr. Crocker. Ask Mr. Crocker. No, Mr. Crocker. Ask and answer. Move on to another subject area, sir. You have exhausted this area.
Mr. Chair, can we see the folks rather than the map again, unless he needs to?
He's still asking a question, sir. All right, Mr. Crocker, do you have another question you want to ask, sir?
Okay. Have you had a chance to read the settlement agreements that's in place for the two new just for Lure that's now located in your ANC?
Have I looked at the current settlement agreement that is not at issue before the board? No, I have not.
Okay. I mean, but you're very familiar with the other settlement agreements that you have in 7A. So would you be opposed to Allure signing the same if we were willing to be able to wrap this whole thing up?
Mr. Crocker, it's irrelevant. The board, we're having a protest hearing, and the board is going to make a decision. Right. This is not the time to discuss settlement, sir. I asked at the beginning of the hearing, we're having a hearing. So I don't care whether or not he wants to, unless all the parties say right now that they want to withdraw the hearing and they want to sign a settlement agreement. So I don't care what he wants to do in his individual position. So let's move on from there, sir.
I mean, that's what I'm getting to.
No, sir. It's not what he does. Mr. Kelsey is representing the protestant. Okay? So it's Mr. Kelsey's call. The same way I do not ask a question to Mr. Amente without your input. So it's Mr. Kelsey's call. He makes the decision, sir. It's irrelevant on this particular issue what Mr. Vasquez's position is. If you want to ask him a question, fine, ask him. But I don't care whether or not he wants to sign a settlement agreement or not. And even if Mr. Vasquez wants to sign a settlement agreement, his entire ANC would have to, at a public meeting, vote on a settlement agreement, sir. So let's move on.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I don't have any additional questions from Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions by the board members? Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Valles, good afternoon.
Call me Mike.
Mike? Okay, Mike. I guess I'm a little tired too. How long have you lived in the vicinity? Oh, before this, congratulations on being elected to the ANC commissioner. It's a very important job. How long have you lived in the community?
I've lived on the 1200 block of G Street for 19 years.
Great. According to our code book and DC law, ANCs have a lot of way and sway when it comes to peace, order, and quiet. Can you grade, in your mind, what you and the people that you represent, how would they grade this licensee? Dealing with peace, order, and quiet.
I personally haven't observed this licensee, but based on what I heard from my constituents who I take at their word, I would give these folks D-.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Crocker, any questions of Mr. Velasquez based solely on the question that was asked by Mr. Short?
Yes, I do. And that is the grade of a D-. In that's very subjective.
Do you have a question to ask Mr. Crocker? Not a comment, a question, please.
Yes, yes. In that, have any of your constituents made any calls to ABRA or made any calls to the Metropolitan Police Department to report their concerns? If it's a D minus, I mean, that's pretty, pretty low. So, do you know of any official?
I'm not aware of anything, and I don't keep official records. I would defer to ABRA and MPD for those records, sir.
I mean, but you've got emails from from your constituents, right, expressing their concerns.
I've gotten emails. Most of it was in group meetings.
I mean, you got minutes from the group meetings, right? So if I submit a Freedom of Information Act request, you'll have something to substantiate that, right?
It wasn't a publicly noticed meeting, sir. No.
Okay. Well, we just have issues with that type of evidence.
I mean, Mr. Crocker, it's cross-examination. You ask questions, sir. No commentary, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned your conversations with the Metropolitan Police Department.
Mr. Crocker, that's beyond. Mr. Short did not ask any questions about that, sir. So okay. I said it's based on the questions that Mr. Short asked. Mr. Short did not ask any questions about MPD. You have another question about his constituents who his D minus grade, sir.
Okay. Well, would you rate any of the other establishments in 6A at a D minus?
When I look at 6A02, I don't have the same concerns with other establishments as I do with Allure Lounge, based solely on my personal observation and what I've heard from my constituents.
So not based upon the police record?
Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker.
Yes.
No, Mr. Crocker. I told you can't ask any questions about. Mr. Crocker, I specifically state that you can ask questions based on the question that was asked by Mr.
Right.
Based on Mr. Short. Mr. Short didn't ask any questions about a police record, sir. No questions about any police, sir.
Okay, sir. I'm just asking when he said a D
no,
minus.
I don't care what you're asking, sir. I specifically told you what you can or can't ask. I gave you an opportunity to ask questions based solely on the question that was asked by Mr. Short.
It is. He rated
it is
D
not.
minus. I'm
It is
trying
not.
to find out what that assessment was based upon.
You've asked that question. You're asking about MPD. I don't care about MPD, sir. Do you have another question about the community? If not, end your question, sir.
With all due respect, he opened up.
He did not open anything up, Mr. Crocker. I gave you an opportunity to ask questions based solely on the question that was asked by Mr. Short.
Okay. Let me just ask a question to seek clarification.
There's no clarification. What clarification you asked?
Based upon the question that was just asked, okay?
What question was just asked, Mr. Amenti? What question was just asked, Mr. Crocker?
No, can I call him, please?
No, you can't call him.
Just let the witness go, please.
Yeah, okay, no problem. That's all right. Thank you.
Mr. Kelty, do you have any questions to ask? Do you have any follow-up questions, sir?
No.
Mr. Velasquez, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your time, and everybody on the board appreciate your time and your service.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kelty, do you have another witness to call?
I'm not going to call any more witnesses. I want everyone to be able to go home at a reasonable hour. I just want to read my exhibits and make a closing statement.
Well, then, if you're gonna, you need to identify the witnesses, the exhibits that you are, because you don't have, since are these exhibits that someone has testified to?
I was under the impression I have to read into the record the exhibits I submitted with the PIF.
But someone needs to identify. So therefore, you then will have to. This is what if you want to move your documents into evidence, then you yourself then would have to identify what they are and talk about them, and then Mr. Crocker would have an opportunity to opine on it, because you can move but you have to identify the document, say what it is, and put some context in it, sir. And then so you're given direct testimony, and then you're subject to cross-examination.
Okay. Is now the time to do that?
Then I need to swear you in, sir. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'd like to share my screen.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Kelsey to share his screen, please? And I appreciate the fact, Mr. Kelsey, that you're trying. You don't have to speed up. I mean, the board is here as long as it takes to complete this case, sir. So I don't want you to speed your testimony up because you're saying that you believe that we're exhausted. Okay.
Okay, I'm exhausted.
All right, that's a different story. Okay.
So the exhibits were prepared before I had my testimony prepared, so the order jumps around a bit.
That's fine, sir.
Would you like me to go through it in the order of my testimony, or just read them in it numerically?
Whichever way you want to present them, sir.
Okay, in the interest of speeding things up, I'm going to read them as they relate to my testimony. So ANC 6C protests the renewal of the Class CT license for Allure Lounge at 711 H Street on the following grounds. The establishment does not meet the appropriate standards set forth in the regulations, and the applicant is not fit for licensure under the standards set forth in regulations either. Under the appropriateness standard in Title 25, the applicant shall bear the burden of proving to the satisfaction of the board that the license sought is appropriate for the locality, section, portion of the district where it is located. The applicant, so far at least, has failed to provide any evidence demonstrating that it meets that criteria. The applicant has rather asserted that its operations should be evaluated not in relation to the surrounding context and its immediate proximity, but rather that it should be compared to establishments located 5 blocks further east on H Street in the arts and entertainment subdistrict. The regulations require the establishment be evaluated in relation to its immediate context. And I do have in here, I'm sorry I have to skip around, but there's a map here. This is exhibit 13, which shows the location of the establishment in the NC 16 zone. This is 700. This is the 7th Street. My ANC continues to be this area here, and as we discussed, 6A is over here. As discussed during prior protests of this establishment, Allure Lounge operates not like a traditional tavern, but more like a nightclub. The regulations, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back up here to its license. You can see here, this is its registration. Its license, which you saw in the investigator's report, is for a tavern. That's exhibit 3. The regulations define a nightclub as a space regularly used as a place that serves food, alcohol, provides music, and facilities for dancing. Allure has an entertainment endorsement, as shown here in exhibit 3, advertises music events organized by outside promoters, as shown in my exhibit 20, which I will skip to here. Bear with me. Here is exhibit 20. And routinely hosts events with amplified music, both live and recorded, as shown here in exhibit 22. That sound is often audible beyond the premises, as you heard from my witness. The establishment, as I mentioned, is located in the NC 16 neighborhood commercial zone, but it is separated from the RF1 residential zone directly behind it by a 10-foot wide alley, which is shown in my exhibit 12 and 13. Here is exhibit 12, which is a plat from the surveyor's office showing the premises, H Street, and here you see a 10-foot alley to the rear of the premises. And again, exhibit 13 I showed you previously, this is the alley along the backside of the premises. As noted, both in prior protests and in the ABRA investigative report, the establishment has not taken any measures to mitigate sound or prevent it from reaching the neighboring residents just across the narrow alley. Sound continues to be a concern and source of complaints from nearby residents, as shown in my exhibit 24, which I will skip to here, which is an email from a nearby resident with a list of her phone records. I'll read it. It says, I pulled my phone records. These are my 911 and ABRA after hours calls from October through January. Jordan has more, but has trouble accessing his phone records. And you can see there was one on October 1, October 15th, October 30th, November 10th, and November 13th. As noted by the board itself in Board Order 2019-527, late, and I quote, late night entertainment and drinking associated with an establishment operating as a nightclub can impose burdens on the surrounding community and the quality of life of its residents. In Board Order 2021-221, which I include here as Exhibit 3. I'm sorry, it is not Exhibit 3. I have a mistake, but let me keep going. The board further found that an establishment 2 doors to the west and in the same block was in a vicinity already found to be a locus of rowdiness. Rowdiness, noise, and loitering, as well as littering criminal activity, are all considerations the board must take into account. Rowdiness within the establishment itself is also evident on social media. The 5th photo in Exhibit 22, and I will skip over to Exhibit 22. This, by the way, I believe is the board order I just referenced, Exhibit 17. Exhibit 22 has a number of interior photos, many of which show the consumption of hookah, but this one in particular shows a bartender at Allure pouring liquor into a patron's open mouth. While it is unclear whether such behavior is illegal, this behavior seems more typical of a ruckus nightclub than a neighborhood tavern. A review of Metropolitan Police Department calls for service shows that the 700 block 8th Street consumes a significant amount of police resources, and that Allure is one of 4 establishments in the block that draw the most requests for assistance. And I have an exhibit here, and I don't have the number written down, unfortunately, but let me pull it up. Here it is, it's Exhibit 5. Now, I'll note that this exhibit differs from the data in the ABRA investigators report, and I'm not sure why. This information was received directly from the police department, whereas the investigators' information was received from Office of Unified Communications. However, anyway, as I was saying, Allure is one of 4 establishments in the block that draw requests for assistance. Of the 4, 2 are licensed establishments. One was Felicity, now Vision Lounge, and the second is Allure Lounge. During the period of March 2021 to February 2023, there were 10 calls for service at Felicity Vision Lounge and 18 calls for service at Allure Lounge, so a substantially greater number at Allure. Of the 18 calls for service at Allure, 6 were for disorderly conduct or disturbance, 2 were for assault, fight, shooting, or stabbing, and 2 were for threats or harassment. The large number of MPD calls to Allure demonstrate that the establishment is not appropriate for the surrounding vicinity and does have an adverse impact on nearby residents, particularly those just across the rear alley. Because Allure Lounge is operating like a nightclub and the board has already found that the vicinity of the 700 block 8th Street is not appropriate for a nightclub, the applicant's current operations do not meet the standards, the appropriateness standards of Title 25. I will also note that the board recognized this and in Board Order 2021-115 limited Allure's hours. Unfortunately, that did not fully address the issue. I also point out that the applicant does not meet the qualifications for licensure. Those qualifications are listed under Title 25, Section 301. Specifically, the applicant has a poor record of compliance with ABRA regulations and board orders, has violated other district regulations, and has made untruthful or misleading statements, all of which are disqualifying. The applicant has a long history of flagrantly disregarding DC regulations as well as direct board orders and should be sanctioned for its open and willful disobedience of the board's instructions. Specifically, the applicant has committed the following violations. I know we're not going to discuss hookah, but they violated a board order, 2021-115. Violation of a board order is a violation of the ABRA regulations, and it is a primary tier violation. Secondly, the applicant illegally increased the occupancy of its establishment without it first obtaining board approval. That is a substantial change, and they did it not once, but twice. They were issued a violation, I believe it was in 2019. Your investigator referenced that in his report, and then also did it again, for which they have not yet been issued a violation, but I note that it is a primary tier violation. 3, the applicant failed to post the required license renewal placard, and we already discussed that, so I won't go into the details, but that is a secondary tier violation. And the applicant has made incomplete and inaccurate statements on its renewal application, which is a violation of 23 DCMR 2000.3. That's a primary tier violation with no warning. Now, I'm not going to get into all of the hookah at length because the chair has made clear that ABRA is not going to entertain that issue. I do, note though that there was a board order. It's Exhibit 17, 2021-115, and the board gave specific direction under item 2 that the establishment shall not permit smoking of hookah until it obtained the exemption from the Department of Health. And the applicant has failed to do that. It is in violation of this. It sells hookah here in Exhibit 21. You can see hookah is listed for $15. Social media exhibits show hookah, and I'm not going to go through all of them. There are a number in my exhibits, but you can see them in number 22. And ABRA's own investigator photographed hookah in the ABRA investigators reports exhibits 8 and 19. Allure was issued a smoking exemption certificate, exemption 14. However, it clearly says on it, you can see it here, exhibit 14. I'm sorry, it's sideways, but right here in the middle, it says no flavored products may be sold or distributed. They were also issued a letter on January 9th, exhibit 15, from the Department of Health. And again, this goes to the violation of a board order. We're not talking specifically about smoking hookah. I'm sorry, my computer is going a little crazy here. Give me one moment to get back to exhibit 15. Here you can see there's a letter in the record where the Department of Health warns the establishment that it may not sell flavored tobacco. So despite the board order, the letter from the Department of Health, the establishment has continued to violate the board order. The Allure Lounge also illegally increased its occupancy without first obtaining approval of a substantial change, not once but twice. As I mentioned, there was one in 2019. They pled guilty and as part of an offer in compromise. And then in April 2022, they were established a new certificate of occupancy, which I have here as Exhibit 8. This is CO number 2201761, increasing the occupant load from 69 to 140 persons. The licensee must have known that this was illegal as it already paid a fine for the exact same thing in 2019. The increase in occupancy is particularly egregious given that there appears to be only a single legal means of egress when 2 are required. 2 means of egress are required under the International Building Code, section 1006.2.1, for any occupancy in excess of 49 persons. From the ABRA investigator's photos and from his own testimony during my questioning, the rear means of egress passes through a kitchen, a hookah storage room, and other spaces, which is in itself a building code and fire code violation. The specific code citation is the International Building Code and International Fire Code, section 1016.2.2.5, which states that egress shall not pass through, quote, kitchens, storage rooms, closets, or spaces used for similar purposes, end quote. The International Fire Code has the exact same language. Exhibits 10 and 11. This is Exhibit 10, which is a picture of the establishment's building permit drawings for its recent sprinkler installation. Exhibit 11, I'm sorry, this was a prior building permit, and then this one, I believe, Exhibit 11 is their more recent building permit application. Both of these show 2 doors at the rear of the building exiting to an alley, when in fact there is only a single exit door in the alley, which appears to be dead bolted. We've already discussed the placard issue, and I believe it's an ABRA violation. Perhaps I'm wrong. I'm not going to get into the details of that. I do want to talk a little bit about untruthful statements and disqualifying personal history. The applicant's renewal application in Exhibit 2, which I'm showing you right now, has a question 14. Question 14 asks the applicant to list the name and title of each individual who owns 10% or greater of the business, Allure Lounge LLC, and the applicant wrote N/A. Question 15 says, list the name of any person that appears in question 14 that has been convicted of a misdemeanor or felony since the last renewal period, and the applicant wrote N/A in response. It's unclear to me why ABRA approved an application with N/A as a response, but they did. In signing the certification in item 16 on that application, the applicant made a false or misleading affidavit, which is a violation of 23 DCMR 2000.3. That is another primary tier no warning violation. That I don't want to get into the details, but that is an absolute false statement. And providing false and misleading information on a license application is also a violation of Title 25, Section 401, also a primary tier violation with no warning. I think I've provided ample reasons why both the establishment is incompatible with its locale and why the applicant is not fit for licensure. So I'm going to wrap up here. For the reasons outlined above, the ANC does not believe the establishment meets the appropriateness standards, does not believe the establishment has demonstrated compliance with the regulations, nor is the applicant suitable for licensure. We ask the board deny the renewal application for Allure Lounge. Should the board determine that the applicant and establishment are appropriate and renews the license over the community's objections, the ANC requests the following conditions be imposed upon the license to mitigate the adverse impacts on the neighborhood. 1, prohibit the use of outside promoters. 2, prohibit charging a cover charge. 3, require the applicant to submit and receive ABRA approval of a security plan. 4, require the applicant to hire 2 officers from the MPD reimbursable detail program whenever live or DJ entertainment is offered. And 5, require the sound shall not be audible when standing 10 feet from the rear of the building. I will note that the board previously limited Allure's hours in order 2021-115, and we are not necessarily requesting a further reduction in hours at this time, merely that the hours be kept as they are on the existing license. With that, I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Close your screen, please, sir.
Yes, give me one moment, please.
And it has been.
Oh, thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Crocker of Mr. Kelton?
Yes, just real quickly, just kind of going back through some of your information. You testified that you said the tavern with the CT license is operating as though it's a nightclub. Okay, can you just clarify to me, to us on the board, what gives you that opinion, or what are you basing an assessment
on? I believe that was the board's own finding. Give me a moment to.
That was that's 2019. We're post 2021. We're talking about the current settlement agreement that's in place from May of 2021 until now. So the previous stuff was dealt with on that settlement agreement. So let's please just stay between May 2021 and now. That's the new settlement agreement, and as the Chairman Anderson has stated, that's the only thing to be discussed here.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a settlement agreement. I'm speaking about a board order and about.
Right, but those are findings before 2021.
We're
talking about the settlement.
Offer me the courtesy of finishing my sentence, sir.
Okay.
What I was saying was that the board previously found that Allure was operating like a nightclub. That was the board's finding, not mine. Please allow me to finish, sir. My own experience and reports from my constituents are that there's been no substantial change in the operation of the business since that time.
When did the board find that we were operating like a nightclub?
I believe it was in Board Order 2021-115. I can look and see if I can find the exact text. It may have also been in the transcript from that hearing.
Okay, well, you're testifying, though, that board order that discovery was made prior to the settlement. So you use that as argument for getting the existing settlement agreement in place. And are you now trying to use the same argument for adding some additional restrictions?
Sir, I didn't negotiate the prior settlement agreement. I had nothing to do with the prior settlement agreement. I'm speaking about the current license renewal application. And I'm testifying that the board previously found that the establishment operated as a nightclub, and the board previously found that it was necessary to impose conditions upon the establishment to mitigate adverse impacts of its operations on the community.
Right. And you're testifying that the outcome of that was the settlement agreement that was signed by the ANC commissioner at that time back in May of 2021.
I did not say that, and that is not my testimony.
No, well, I mean, you're trying to you're introducing a statement or a phrase from a board ruling that was prior to May 2021. So that evidence was used, and the board made its decision to restrict an hour of operating time off of the applicant's current operating hours based upon that evidence. So are you attempting to use the same evidence that the board's already ruled on, they've already made a decision, they've already restricted the hours based upon for this settlement agreement as well?
I'm not here testifying about a settlement agreement, so I would have to answer in the negative.
Okay, well, let me phrase the question a little differently then. Okay, in the current settlement agreement, there's a cure notice. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not here testifying about the prior settlement agreement. The chairman has been quite clear about that, and I'm going to respect his wishes.
No, we're not testifying about the prior. I'm just talking about what's in the current settlement agreement. And the reason I ask that is because the cure notice offers an opportunity for the applicant to fix any problems that you have. So has you or any of your constituents reached out to Mr. Zemente via email or by phone to express these concerns?
Chair, I don't understand the protestant's line of questioning, and I frankly find it harassing.
Mr. Crocker, rephrase the question. I think what's wrong. Rephrase.
Okay. In the current settlement agreement, there's a cure notice that's supposed to be supplied by the ANC or any neighbors that have any issues with Mr. Zemente's operations. And what it states is that any ANC commissioner or any neighbors that have any issues with any violations of any of the terms of that existing settlement agreement that you, the chairman, has stated is in place and it will remain in place until it's canceled, that he shall be notified. It has his email address, has his phone number in there to where anybody has any complaints can contact him and allow him to attempt to fix the problem. So if the music is loud, they're supposed to call him, he can turn it down before they submit any claims or any issues over to ABRA. So the mere fact that they're coming to this meeting and he's expressing these complaints, that's in violation of the current agreement because Mr. Zemente.
Mr. Crocker, this is a renewal of the license.
Yep.
Every 3 years we renew a license, and the ANC has an opportunity to protest a license renewal every 3 years. So I don't understand why you're asking this question, sir.
Because with them coming and protesting the ABRA without communicating to Mr. Zemente.
Mr. Crocker, it's a renewal. Okay. ABRA advised the community that this licensee is trying to renew his license of renewal.
Mm-hmm.
The ANC has 45 days to file a protest.
Right.
That's what they've done. That is their right to do that if they believe that the establishment impacts peace, order, and quiet. And so that's why we're here before. It wasn't that a settlement agreement is in place, and whether or not there's a cure. That's irrelevant here. The licensee, this is Mr. Crocker. An ANC or a group of 5 or more, or an abutting property neighbor, or they can protest a renewal application, sir. There's no requirement, sir, that they need to abide by previous settlement agreement and they need to contact them. This is every 3 years, and a licensee opens up themselves to the possibility that some neighbor will protest their application, their renewal application, sir. So let's move on from the line of question, sir. It is their right. It's their right to protest, and that's what we're here, sir.
But just like I asked you to grant me the same concessions that you've granted Mr. Jones.
Mr. Crocker, please. There's no granting no concessions, sir. I don't want you to go through the settlement agreement to say that the settlement agreement says that this is what they need to do before they can do something. Every 3 years, whenever a licensee request that their license be renewed, the community has an opportunity to question whether or not their license should be renewed, sir. So the questions you have asked so far were appropriate. I did not see a problem because you were talking about nothing, whatever happened prior to 2019 is not relevant to this current renewal period. But we're not going to have current conversations about that. The settlement agreement says that there's a cure provision first. That's not relevant, sir, to a renewal application, sir. Let's move on.
Okay. Mr. Kelty, during your presentation you just gave, did you highlight or mention any violations to the existing settlement agreement? That was the question.
I got pretty clear instruction from the chairman that we weren't talking about the settlement. I'm confused why you're asking me the question.
Did you mention anything about hookah?
Yes, because it's a board order violation. It has nothing to do with the settlement agreement.
Well, I mean, the board was very clear that they weren't going to address that at this hearing.
They're not addressing the smoking of hookah. They are, I feel they should address a violation of a board order.
Right. Well, he didn't stop you from addressing it, but you did. You continued down the route. And just, can you pull that exhibit back up again? Because he does have, it's exhibit number 13. He does have his smoking exemption. So.
What's the question you're asking, Mr. Mr. Crocker?
Well, the argument that he was making, or he was insinuating, was that Mr. Zemente and Allure Lounge was doing something legal. And the smoking of hookah is not what's been banned by DC Department of Health. It's flavored tobacco. All tobacco is not flavored tobacco.
All right, but that's not, but Mr. Art, that's not relevant okay, the ANC can make whatever allegations that they want, but the board is going to listen to the testimony, and they're going to make determination on what we believe is relevant to the decision we have to make. Why are we spending time talking about flavored tobacco or hookah or whatever? Why?
Because
that's not relevant, Mr. Crocker.
You heard what Mr. Kelty said. He stated that he would like for the board to take that into consideration. You didn't stop him from speaking to that. So all we want to do is correct the record.
Mr. Crocker, I'm Mr. Crocker. I mean, normally I don't get involved, but I'm trying to make sure that we move this hearing along. And so therefore it doesn't drag out needlessly. If he said something, a question, you could have objected to it. You are the representative. If you believe that wasn't relevant, you can object to it, and I will make a ruling on that. So this is not a matter of me. No, it's your job. If he says something, you can object to that. I will stop, make a ruling, and move forward. Let's move on, sir. What do you have another question you have to ask him, sir?
Yes, he did make comments about the establishment not being shouldn't be in operations. And the establishment has been around since 2018. So the board has made various different rulings, placed various different restrictions.
What's the question you're asking him, sir? He can say whatever he wants to do. Ask him a question, sir.
Okay. In his police report, he highlighted the calls to 711 8th Street Northeast. Do you know, I mean, and that kind of contradicts the report that came from the ABRA investigator or whatnot. So do you have any additional information to know, first of all, who those calls came from?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I am.
I obtained that information directly from the Metropolitan Police Department, and they indicated to me that those calls were from 711 8th Street, from Allure Lounge. If you'll give me a moment, I think I can quote you what it said.
Those were calls from Allure Lounge, so that's Allure Security.
Well, they were calls for service involving 711 8th Street. If you give me a moment, I will try to quote from the actual document rather than do it from memory. The email says, This is Exhibit 5. Greetings. Please find tables and stats below for the 700 block H Street, as well as Allure Lounge, 711 H Street. Okay, that's what it says. So they gave me block data and they also gave me specific data. The second page has specific data for Allure Lounge, and it says 18 total CFS, that's calls for service, at 711 H Street Northeast. And it goes into some detail about the different kinds of calls. But
Okay,
yes,
let me ask you
specific
this.
to 711 H Street.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever called the Metropolitan Police Department or called ABRA and filed a complaint yourself personally?
Are you asking me about specific to Allure Lounge, or have I ever called the police department in general?
I'm sorry, specific to Allure Lounge.
No, I don't live anywhere near there. I'm protesting this on behalf of the residents who asked me to protest it. I don't really care.
Okay, great. You don't really care. Okay.
I mean, me personally, I live far enough away that the issues there do not impact me personally in terms of noise, rowdiness, so on and so forth. But I have many constituents who are adversely impacted, and that is why we were here.
So, how have you received your communications from constituents? Has it been in the form of emails? Has it been in the form of just the monthly meetings? Or how primarily have you been receiving complaints regarding Allure Lounge?
I've received numerous complaints over the years from the residents around Allure Lounge. Those complaints have been made in person. They've been made at community meetings. They've been made at ANC 6C ABL committee meetings. And I think there have been probably some by email.
Okay. Well, once you got those types of complaints, did you make any effort to try to reach out to Mr. Zemente, the owner, and notify him of what those concerns and complaints were?
The complaints I've received have generally been in response to the protest notice that ABRA issued for the establishment. So it's not like I'm getting complaints all the time. People are complaining to ABRA directly. But when they see the protest notice go out, that's when they reached out.
Okay. So you brought in one of the witnesses, and he complained about two occasions. One last fall, where he heard the noise was loud, and then last night he said he heard the noise, some loud music playing. It was after the establishment closed, and then he actually admitted that he didn't go out and find out if it was coming from Allure or where it was originating from. Okay. So are those the type of complaint? Is that you just selected him as a witness? So is that representative of the type of information you received?
That was a very long question. I'm trying to get all that in my mind. No, that's not representative of all the types of complaints that we've heard. That applicant didn't, well, you heard the applicant's testimony. I don't need to repeat it.
Okay. And then in your evidence, you showed a list of one of the residents that had called 911, right?
I'm sorry?
You had showed a list of one of your, I guess, neighbors that had made a number of 911 calls. Those 911 calls don't align with the police records that you submitted or the police records that the ABRA investigator submitted.
I think that you're referring to an email from a constituent regarding call logs in which she noted calls both to 911 and after hours ABRA hotline. I don't work at the Office of Unified Communications or ABRA. I can't explain why the complaint logs between her log, ABRA's information from Office of Unified Communications, and the information I got directly from the police department are different. But I fail to see how that's relevant.
Well, it's very relevant because you're presenting this. We're asking ABRA to make a decision, and you're presenting, evidence that's just circumstantial. It's not based upon what I
Are
would
we
consider
having a
factual
discussion here,
information.
or are you asking me questions?
Gentlemen, Mr. Crocker, I need you to ask him a question. Mr. Kelby, I need you to answer the question. This is not a conversation. You have had opportunity to converse. You have not. This is your Mr. Crocker. Ask him a question.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. One of the images that you showed, okay. I guess you said a patron was pouring liquor down the throat of another attendee, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, you showed an image and you said this was not like a lounge. This is more like a nightclub where there was a young lady that was, I think, standing at the bar, and you said she was pouring drinks down her throat. Is that right?
That is not what I said. Would you like me to say what I said again so you
Yes,
understand?
yes, please.
What I said was there was a photograph of a bartender at Allure. It was actually a video. It's a video that I took a screenshot of because I didn't know how to make a video and exhibit. But it's a video, a screenshot of a video of a bartender at Allure pouring a bottle of liquor down a customer's throat. And I said that I wasn't sure if that was legal or not, but it certainly seemed more like something that would happen in a nightclub, not in a neighborhood tavern. And that was in Exhibit 22.
Well, a tavern has a license to serve liquor, so why would you say that's more like a nightclub than a tavern?
Mr. Crocker, can you just ask a question that's relevant to the renewal of this license, sir?
That's the question. I'm asking him.
Sir, he said that's his opinion. Okay, he said he saw the picture. He testified about a picture.
Okay.
Let's move on from that picture, sir.
Do you know the date upon when that picture was taken?
That is not relevant, Mr. Crocker. This is not.
You presented it as evidence.
Mr. Crocker, there's a lot of things you present as evidence that the board doesn't care about. I'm saying to you that's not an issue that the board will make a determination on, sir, whether or not we're going to renew the license or not, sir.
Okay, I got you. Well, let me see. I have no additional questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by any board members? Hearing none. Thank you. You rest, Mr. Kelsey. All right. We're going to prepare for closing. It's 5:54. 6:05, we'll do closing. Mr. Crocker, 6:05, we will do closing.
Yes, sir. 6:05.
6:05. So we're off the record until 6:05. Thank you. We're back on the record. Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker. Mr. Crocker? I cannot hear you, Mr. Crocker.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. All right, so it's now time for closing. Let me ask a question and hold on 1 minute, please. All right, now it's time for closing. This is what I want from each side. What is it that you want the board to do? And clear and concise in doing your closing arguments. I need both sides to tell us what is it that you want the board to do. And we'll start with you, Mr. Crocker.
Okay. Well, I've spent a lot of time talking to my owner of the establishment, and the only thing that he wants is, he really feels kind of discouraged by these attacks upon him. He feels as though they're personal. And the only thing he wants is he's been busting his butt for the last 3 years, adhering to all the rules and regulations and following the ABRA laws, as well as adhering to everything that's in the settlement agreement. He's not received a single complaint from the ANC chair, nor from the neighbors. It's not until he submitted his renewal that this protest actually appeared, that we're hearing, this message from the ANC chairs, ANC 6A as well as ANC 6C, stating that he's been in violation of the settlement agreement and that he's some sort of nuisance to the neighborhood. So this has kind of affected him personally, and I don't have any answers for him. As we walk through the evidence that the ANC presented, most of it was circumstantial as far as it wasn't supported by the evidence from the police department. It was not supported by the evidence from the ABRA investigator, nor is it supported by any emails or any communications with the owner or whatnot. We attempted to enter into a mediation agreement with the other side, and they continuously attempted to impose new restrictions or additional restrictions, and yet they had no record of any violations or any issues that they've had with the applicant until today on mediation day. Okay, Mr. Zelty, Joel, he came in and he presented a number of pieces of information that dates back before May of 2021, before the current settlement agreement's in place. He's trying to use evidence that the board used or that the same information he presented or else the ANC presented back before the existing settlement was in place to justify some new restraints to be placed upon the applicant. I would love for him to have a few seconds to speak. I mean, he's asked for that as a part of our closing arguments. Will the board grant that wish?
No, Mr. Crocker.
Okay, I just wanted to put that on the table. Okay, and just going back through some of the evidence that was presented, I just asked the board to take into consideration that one, these are strictly attacks and attempts to put restraints on Mr. Zemente's establishment, and they're not placing the same types of restraints on other establishments. And that's evident by our review of probably 12 to 13 other settlement agreements, and all of them none of them have the restrictions that they're trying to place upon this Allure Lounge. At 12th, I mean, Mike, he mentioned the shooting up at 12th Street, but yet in September, which is a few months back, he agreed with Bronze Lounge to agree to a settlement agreement that has nowhere near the restraints that this settlement agreement that they proposed to Allure Lounge were based upon. None of the neighbors nor the ANC or whatnot could testify that like loud sounds or noise or even the calls that were made by the police department were related to incidents that occurred at Allure Lounge. My client has testified that his security on a number of occasions had called the police. So some of those calls actually came from his police detail, helping to clean up the neighborhood. Because as Mike had presented, there's always been issues on 7th Street, and we would argue that the mere fact that his establishment is there is actually helping. But some of the requests that they're asking for with respect to him having to foot the bill to pay for a Metropolitan Police Department a detail to be there. It's not his responsibility to pay for patrolling the neighborhood. So we think that's excessive. He does provide security, and he has a very professional security establishment. They keep a log of any incidents that occurred. And even with the police department, we attempted to bring in a police officer today was going to come and testify that Allure Lounge is not the source of this information. And I would argue that even that since he's been there since 2018, that crime has actually fallen as a result of Allure Lounge being there. We would also argue, just based upon tax records since 2009 versus 2022, that the property values in the neighborhood have increased instead of decreased as a result of Allure Lounge actually being there. So we just asked the board, for one, that we've attempted to live with the neighbors, try to cooperate with them, given the owner has given his email address and his phone number, personal phone number, his cell phone number. Or if anybody had any complaints, they had initially agreed in that agreement that they would reach out and call him and allow him to first fix the problem before they bring things to the board. But we personally believe that this is strictly an attack on the establishment, and it's not justified by any empirical data. It's a lot of hearsay. It's a lot of subjective. I heard something last fall, and it was coming from Allure's Lounge. I heard something last night, but I don't know for sure if it was coming from Allure Lounge. So I just asked, and we asked that the board take those things into consideration, and that there are a number of different establishments on 8th Street, up and down that whole corridor. And to say that Allure Lounge is causing parking problems, to say that Allure Lounge is the one that's the source of all the noise, to say that Allure Lounge is the source of increased crime in the area. The data that was presented today, the factual data, which I'll take the ABRA investigators' data as being factual, also the data from the Metropolitan Police Department, I'll take that as being factual. It's not corroborated by what the neighbors have said have occurred. And even just based upon the dates that they gave, saying they looked in their phone book for the dates of the calls or whatnot, there's something fishy about that whole thing, because it is not supported by Central Command's call records, nor is it supported by the Metropolitan Police Department's call records as well. So we just ask that, the board look at the actual evidence that we have on file that was been presented, and look at the factual evidence and realize that Allure is nowhere a nuisance in the neighborhood. It's actually cleaned that corner up a lot. So we ask that the board take that into consideration, and we ask that we get our hour back that was taken from us the last time around, because we have adhered to all of the requirements and provisions in the settlement agreement. It's the opposing side that hasn't adhered to it, nor have they tried to fix issues or communicate directly with the owner before trying to report things to the police or report things to ABRA and things of that sort. So, we just ask that we keep the existing settlement agreement in place or whatnot. This new agreement that they pulled out of the woodwork, and in the interest of saying we want to standardize our settlement agreements across all of the CT establishments, that the board recognized that we're no longer in 6C. So if we were going to standardize the agreements across any A and C, we'd like to do it across 6A. And there are 14 different settlement agreements that we would sign today that 6A has approved for establishments of like size, of like quantity, and at the same license, a CT license. And like I said, we just ask that the board recognize that the evidence that was presented today, none of it could be corroborated by what I would call authoritative sources, like the police records, like the 911 calls, like the ABRA records that we got from the ABRA investigator. So, I'm just hoping that the board would recognize that this has been a model operation as far as how it's been run. It's not a nightclub. It is a tavern. They serve liquor. He has a tobacco exemption to where he can serve hookah, not flavored hookah, but he can serve hookah. And that, all of the things that were presented by Mr. Kelty is just coming from his perspective, and it appears to be personal. And as you can see, there are no group of five, or there are no neighbors or anything like that that's here that's protesting this establishment. It's only Mr. Kelty. Thank you much.
Mr. Kelty, on behalf of the ANC, your closing, please.
First of all, I'd like to object to the applicant's closing statement. The applicant provided new, fresh testimony in there that I don't think should be admitted. With that said, the community would welcome a good neighbor business. The community would welcome a bona fide restaurant or even a neighborhood tavern. Unfortunately, this establishment chooses to operate as a nightclub and has adverse impacts on the community. The applicant had the burden of proof to demonstrate its appropriateness in relation with the standards of the regulations. The applicant failed to do that. The applicant also failed to follow ABRA regulations, board orders, and in the case of this protest, administrative procedure. The conduct of the establishment and its representatives shows a total disregard for the regulations of the district and the rule of law in general. We ask that the license not be renewed, or if the board chooses to renew the license, the board imposes conditions to mitigate adverse impacts on the community, specifically prohibit the use of outside promoters, prohibit charging a cover charge, require the applicant to submit and receive approval from ABRA of a security plan, require the applicant to hire 2 officers from the MPD reimbursable detail program to monitor the interior of the premises and the immediate adjacent surroundings whenever live or DJ entertainment is offered, and require that sound shall not be audible while standing 10 feet from the rear of the property. Thank you for your time. I conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. This matter is now closed. All right. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? Mr. Crocker.
Yes, I would. I'd like to submit findings of facts as a review of the transcript. I think we have 30 days to respond to it, but yes.
Mr. Crocker.
Yes.
I cannot deny you the right to do this, sir.
Right.
The last protest hearing that we had, sir, you stated that you're going to file it. You did not file it, and neither did you inform the agency that you were not going to file it. Secondly, at the protest hearing status, you were making oral arguments on standing. I specifically asked you to file a formal motion on standing.
Mm-hmm.
You did not file it. Today, I asked you, why did you not file it? And you know what your response was, sir, is that I am not an attorney. So because I'm not an attorney, I was unable to file it. Proposed findings of fact and proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, sir, is a legal memorandum that you're gonna write to us, that you're gonna review the transcript. Once you review the transcript, you're gonna say, this is what the state of the law is, and this is what was proven at the hearing, and this is what the agency should rule. So I'm just making it clear to you, sir, what is the expectation? If you decide that you are not going to do that, you need to advise the agency as soon as possible that you're not going to do that. And I would hope that you're not using this as a stalling process to forestall the board to issue a determination. Okay, so since the parties have chosen to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, then 90 days from the board receives proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. You'll get the transcript within 30 days. The 30 days that within the next 30 days, you'll receive the transcript. I'm sorry, the transcript will be emailed to the parties in approximately 3 weeks. 30 days after the 3 weeks, that's when the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are due. If the parties decide at any time that they are not going to do that, please alert the agency as soon as possible. Okay? All right. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Grandis, hold on. Let's hold on, Ms. Grandis, hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on 1 minute, please. Let's be at the record for 1 minute. Hold on, please. Hold on. I'm sorry. We're back in the record. Yes, Mr. Grandis, you had a question?
I may have missed hearing what the protestants representative said, but it wasn't clear that the protestant representative said that they would be doing the same. If they did say that, then I missed that statement. I apologize.
That's it. It's the applicant. I asked the applicant, but so they're the ones who have that right, and so therefore, so we're going to go by the applicant. The protestant, they don't have to do it. If they want to do it, they can do it. But since the applicant says that they're going to do it, so it's the protestants can elect not to do that. That's their right.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted that clarification for the record. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Okay. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00143, Allure Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 PRO 00143, Allure Lounge, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I would like to thank both parties for their presentation today. Thank you for your attention and your courtesy. The board will issue a determination. As I said before, the transcript will be mailed to the parties within the next 3 weeks, and 30 days upon filing, 30 days upon receiving the transcript. 30 days after receiving the transcript, then the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are due, and we'll issue 90 days from there, we'll issue a determination. And I advise the parties, especially if the parties decide that they will not be filing the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, as a professional courtesy, please alert the agency, because our hands are tied to make a decision until we receive this information from the parties. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. And I believe that we're at the end of our calendar for the day, and so I'm going to close our hearing for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B, Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 22nd, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensee and investigative agenda for March 22nd, 2023, as published in DC Register on March 17th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Yeah.